o'clock. With that, I'll call the meeting to order. If we could stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Don't see anyone for public discussion. You guys are in the agenda, so yeah, we will.
This is for the drainage, right?
This is
Roadside spraying.
This is for
Both are
on the agenda.
Oh, they are, okay. Yeah, I was just talking, when I talked to, Doug, it was just for the roadside stuff is all I brought to mind. I don't have my quote for the drainage yet.
The drainage ditches spraying.
Yeah,
Roadside noxious weed spraying calendar, drainage just spraying.
The other ones are conversation.
Oh,
Yeah, that's just a
well,
conversation.
that's just conversation. The roadside noxious weed spraying would be your stuff with Doug, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
okay.
yep, that's what's on the agenda, so.
So does he wanna talk about the ditches?
I can sit here, I mean, is that what we're talking
Yeah.
about today?
Well, you'll be here during this,
Sure.
so, yeah,
Yeah, I'll sit in.
yeah. It's right before the noxious weed for roadside, so.
Sure.
Yep. Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda in minutes. Motion by Haas, second by Wactor. Amber, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did, I was waiting until you got to
Yep.
it. What is this discussion decision DD4 lat 11 appeal notification on the agenda?
So a couple weeks ago, you guys talked about that, but you said that you wanted to do it when it was on the agenda, and you wanted it put on for today, so.
So there's probably actually a couple parts to that. One, when we talked about the judge's decision in the case that we got back, which I shared with everybody. At that time, I had talked about notifying the landowners and what we were gonna do as far as communication that way. So that's what the agenda item was for, but since then, we have also gotten, at least I've seen, I don't know if Goodwin's communicated with us through the county, but I know we've got an appeal from Joe Goshi in that case, so we can talk about.
We have gotten appeal?
I've seen in my email,
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't know, I haven't seen
Um,
We need to make sure that we're all notified of those things.
That's a personal email that I got because I'm signed up with EDMS, so that was notified directly from the court system. I haven't seen anything from Goodwin on it.
Okay, if it was from Goodwin, we all should be getting notified. Okay, there was just some concern because we also have, DD4 lat 11 bid consideration, so people, were calling, not really sure what that was. There wasn't a lot of information on the agenda request, and, so I didn't know how to answer them.
Well, the people that called me, I guess I answered, so.
Well, good. I'm just saying, I had some and I didn't know for sure, so.
If you had them, you could've shared that with me, I could've answered it at the time.
Really, last night, you wanted me to, does it matter? Why can't I ask during the board
I'm
meeting?
just saying.
I'm asking now.
Okay, well, does that answer your question, Amber?
It does, thank
Okay.
you.
We've got a motion and second to approve the agenda and minutes from the sessions of March 3rd, March 4th, and March 9th. All in favor of approving those, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
And as far as the agenda goes, I apologize, the conference board meeting tonight that you guys will be attending is not on there, that is my fault. I inadvertently, didn't get it on, so I apologize for that, that is on me.
That's at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, yes.
I'd
Yep.
seen it, I've seen it.
He still has an agenda
Yeah.
out, so
Yeah,
that,
I've seen it. The
it's-
public notice for it
yeah,
still
it's,
completed, it just wasn't on our agenda as a courtesy like it
yeah,
typically
we
is.
try to do it for
I saw it.
public, yeah.
Nope, all good. Okay, discussion decision to review and approve claims, drainage claims, conservation claims. Everyone had a chance to look them over and I'll take a motion anytime.
So,
Motion by Stecker to approve the claims,
I can second that.
second by Haas. Any discussion on the claims? Questions? Hearing none, all in favor of approving, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Excuse me. Next up, we have our budget status report. Any questions on that? Otherwise, we will let the record reflect that that is acknowledged. And then we need to acknowledge the transfers made by the Kossuth County Auditor from general basic to secondary road in the amount of $3,433, and from rural basic to secondary road in the amount of $24,050.08. Transfers made on March 3rd.
And I don't know that you need a motion, you can
No,
just need to
okay. We will acknowledge that for the record. And then we'll wait for Doug to be up here for his years of service award. Next up is discussion decision approve liquor license for North Kossuth Golf Club.
so moved.
Motion by Stecker. Need a second to that?
I'll second.
Second by Wactor. Any discussion on the liquor license? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Oh,
I do have a question.
okay.
Sometimes, or a lot of times, and I did look at it, but the name that's actually on the, I'm getting there, I'm catching up here a little bit. So, we're saying North Kossuth Golf Course, is that work, is, it says North Iowa Restaurant Management LLC, do we need to make sure we?
So the legal entity name is North Iowa Restaurant Manager LLC, but then if you go down
Oh,
to
yeah.
the permit license
Doing
details,
business as.
doing
Yeah.
business as. it's
Okay,
Kossuth.
alright,
Okay,
alright, sorry about that.
No,
nope, you're
it's
good,
okay.
good question.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, if nothing further, and all in favor of approving, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, next up we have discussion decision to appoint Clint Eilers to the Board of Adjustment. This is filling a vacancy we have. Currently our board is only 4 out of 5 members. Need a motion to appoint Clint.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Haas,
I'll second.
second by Stecker.
So this is the one that, Meyer, left?
No, that would be the Board of Review, or no, examining board, excuse me,
Okay.
for the assessment.
Okay.
The Board of Adjustment is, who would approve or deny special use permits.
And who left?
Would have been Jim Heldorfer died,
Okay.
here a year or two ago.
Okay.
And he was on both the zoning and the Board of Adjustment. We filled the spot on the zoning, but we just still had it for the
And,
Board of Adjustment.
and where did I have no problem with Clint Eilers, but where did that recommendation come from? Who recruited?
Clint has been talked about and Steve Strucker is who
Okay, yeah.
who recommended, and, cause Clint showed interest, so I gave him a call and said, hey, are you actually interested? We've been vacant for that spot since Jim died, so
Okay,
he said, yep, so.
okay.
Well, and Clint used to live in Palo Alto County, but now lives in Kossuth, so, yeah. Okay, any further discussion on the Board of Adjustment appointee? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, next up is discussion decision drainage ditch spraying information. And I believe that is you, Frank.
Would you like me to go?
Yeah, if you wanna come up to the front here and,
Sure, Doug up so you can.
oh yeah, sure, that'd be good.
Let me wait for Doug.
Yeah, why don't you just wait 1 second here.
Sounds good.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Actually, while we do that, I'm gonna grab some more.
Morning, Doug, Howard Haas. You have,
I'm not hearing much.
in the position, you come on
I
up?
think he probably isn't, just not seeing
Okay,
him
sounds good.
recording, so.
Oh.
Just, so, Josh, I'm not hearing you vote, if you could talk just a little bit louder.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
need a more aye.
I go back to my army voice.
Yeah, yeah,
They'll dumb me down the hall.
yeah.
Tammy's just gonna write you down as abstain in all the votes. If you don't vote, you can't get in trouble, right? Okay. One at 8:20, we have the joint
Get
teleconference.
into the years of service first, in case he comes up with 2 or 3 people.
Yeah, we could do that. Do you have his years of service
Yeah.
certificate thing? Okay. Okay, thank you. Because it automatically did 3 years ago, so it'd be 6 years ago.
Right, the dates are saying July 2000.
This wouldn't be the new one.
2023.
We'd have to change the dates.
We're in 2026.
I know. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Morning, Doug.
Good
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
He apparently is-
Okay. We've got your years of service on the agenda too.
Okay.
Would you like at that time, you can bring, do you have anybody else you wanted to bring up for that, or?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine. Well, you can get a picture of that there. Okay,
Yes.
photo opportunity, well, that's what's on our agenda next.
Yeah, Tammy has my contact info.
Okay.
I do.
Well, 40 years of service to Kossuth County, and congratulations. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, yes, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
On to another 40?
Another 40. I hope that I live.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good, that'd be pretty
Yeah,
good.
I'd be doing very well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
And Doug, if you wanted to stay, we're up to spraying too.
Can I grab some?
You can come back too.
Please? Yeah.
That's fine, that's
I'll be
fine.
right back.
Okay. Morning, Heather.
Might just get started in discussion and come back into room,
That's fine, cause we've got,
otherwise
we'll have to take a break at 8:20, which shouldn't take real long, but anyway. Yeah, if you wanna get started,
Okay,
Frank,
sure.
that'd be fine, and Doug will be back up when he can, so.
Sure. My name is Frank Salvatore. I own TVB Spraying. I'm from Titanca. And I came here to ask you guys if I could submit a competitive bid for spraying just the drainage ditches this year. So I was gonna tell you guys a little bit about what we do. We do bare ground and brush spraying in the summertime for 6 months. In the wintertime right now, we run chainsaw for the Iowa DNR and the US Fish and Wildlife Service, cutting down trees and spraying stumps. And then my equipment, so we have 3 pickups with trailers, 2 UTVs, 3 ATVs, and then for bare ground gravel spraying, I have a John Deere 2520 with a 100-gallon sprayer. And we're licensed, insured, with overspray and pollution insurance, so we have everything we need. So, do you guys have any questions for me?
Yeah, I guess, how long have you been in business now, or?
3 years in business.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
this will be my 3rd year. So.
Okay.
But if you guys are okay with it, I'd like to submit a competitive bid for spraying this year.
I'm
So-
certainly not opposed to it.
Okay.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Please do.
Sounds good. I guess I just need
Yeah.
some information from you guys, and that's it.
Any other questions for Frank, and what?
You have done ditches in other counties?
Correct. Last year, we completed 9 county jobs. We just had 2 guys. This year, we're a 4-man crew.
Okay.
What other counties have you spraying?
I have a list. It's Worth, Faribault, Steele, Minnesota, by the way.
Okay, so,
Steele, Waseca, Pocahontas. This year, we're spraying Wright County. I'd have to go down the list, I guess, if I don't go down. If you want to list references too, I can get a list. So, you guys have my number, right?
sure, yep.
So, yeah. You guys have,
Worth, Wright, and Pocahontas, you said?
For
twice
Iowa.
this year. Yeah, for Iowa, yeah. Pocahontas, we did the roadside weeds 2 last year, roadside brush and drainage ditches.
Okay.
Do you have a card, Frank?
I do not have a card, but I have like a price sheet with my number and stuff on it.
Okay, if you could leave that has your number and stuff on it, I'm not sure I have your number still.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have your number.
It's on the agenda here.
It is on the agenda, yeah.
Perfect. You guys need anything else from me then?
I don't think so,
Okay.
yeah. Thanks,
Sounds good.
thanks for coming and
Thank you, guys.
sharing, yep.
Tammy, I'll talk to you soon then.
Yeah, sounds good,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion decision approve roadside noxious weed spraying calendar for year 2026.
Before we get to that, can I
yes.
just ask what I need to get to Frank and, or how this is, who's gonna be responsible for that?
As far as coming up with a bid,
Yeah, because you said he can put in a bid and he's expecting a call from you, but I don't know what to give to him, so I need some direction.
I would say you should get historical information of what we've done in the past, probably the last 3 years at least, the quotes in the areas and the products that have been.
Would that come from Doug? Cause Doug
No,
has,
No, I,
that'd be.
he just the roadside.
Drainage clerk's office, that'd be in your office.
That's Heather's job.
yay, okay, so, so tell me again, last 3 years,
Last 3 years of the quotes we received, the location maps, and the final receipt or bills, probably.
You do a third of the county each year in that too.
and then I guess we're gonna need a deadline to have that submitted, or what date, or what,
When do we normally
how does that work?
approve that, I guess?
Yeah, I suppose that, any research, what we did through, you know?
Yeah, you'll probably see the timelines of when they were
Yeah.
submitted the last time.
Okay,
If you look up all those three, you should find it.
I don't know that we've ever had a hard deadline set, like this is when we have to have the bid by, so
okay,
I think it's just kinda been on a normal schedule and rotation, but I don't.
Well, if we're getting multiple bids, we probably should have a deadline, say have it in by, this date.
Yep, I just don't think we have before,
Sure.
but yeah, I think when you find those, you'll see the dates that we would have gotten.
okay.
Okay. Big stack of claims.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep. Alright, well, we'll go to the roadside noxious weed spraying calendar then. Morning, Doug.
yes, good morning again. We have Nate Reefer here. Nate has provided a quote to, spray, road ditches, in your packet, your folder of information. There is a location map showing what is to be done. As in the past, we've divided the county into 3 sections. This year, every 3rd year, we get over the county with a product. This one here, this year would be the middle 1/3 of the county, would be a broadcast, spot broadcast treatment, which is gonna take care of all noxious weeds. In the north 1/3, north of A42, we'd be treating with milestone, which is a spot treatment. And in the southern 1/3, we would not be doing anything unless there were spots that we see and we get a hold of B&W for that.
Yeah.
Nate, do you want to talk about the proposal? It should also be in your electronic packet, the proposal that was submitted, and the location map, and then a motion to accept, so.
Yeah, I already got all that stuff, so, pretty much what you said. I mean, what else do we gotta do, go over?
Just the products, maybe the products.
Well,
and
yeah,
the
I guess we are
cost
gonna
and the-
change we're gonna use Escort. Instead of using a 2,4-D product, the Escort does really well on all the noxious weeds, and it does a lot for your wild parsnip and stuff like that I know has been around for a few years, but with that Escort at 1.5 ounces an acre, we've been doing that in Emmett County for a lot of years, and they have a really good turnaround for almost no weeds in their roadside program, just using the Escort. With the Escort, we got water soft that goes in it's a 2.5 gallon jug that goes into every 25 pounds of Escort, which is a dry granular. And that turns it into a liquid form to where it doesn't settle out and you're getting all the product to the plant. Because just going through some of our equipment over the years, I found that there's some residue in some of the lines, some of the pumps. And before we were using like a slurry without that water soft, and it would settle out if you didn't use it all. With that water soft, you get all the product out of the tank onto the plant. So that water soft is a pretty key element, and they just started using that, like we started using it last year. So that's why that's in there, it's added. It's not really a chemical, but it like purifies the water to keep that Escort from settling out. So, and then the Freeway is a wetting agent, surfactant, makes the product stick to the plant. And then the Milestone, always a really good later application. It does a really good job on like any seeds. It has a little bit of a residual so it stays in the ground if any seeds do make it to the ground. Preventing anything to come up later in the year. A lot of times if there's anything mowed off, you can get some grow back, but that Milestone sticks around for the spot spraying. And that's what we'd be using for the spot spraying. Escort in the blanket spray, Milestone in the spot spray. And that's 2/3 of the county we'd be doing.
Right.
You don't have much problem with the Escort with drift or anything, or?
No, they actually, they have a drift agent that you can use, but the way our sprayers apply straight down, we don't really have a whole lot of problem with drift. We don't have, we have a couple boomless sprayers that we use for like some touch up around signs or guardrails or anything like that, but our sprayers are designed to just spray straight over the ditch bank, and that way you don't have a lot of drift. It stays like 3 feet off the plant, so.
Part of it as well, Howard, one thing that B&W has always done is if there is a landowner who calls the road department and has concerns about any kind of a drift, Nate's father, Don, Nate does it as well. They go and visit with that landowner, and if it is a problem, they've taken care of it.
Yeah, we do.
Somehow they.
We'll do, if we do have a little bit of crop kill, I go out and measure it, talk with the landowner, and basically just come up with an agreement between them and us if we either pay out or, you know, however they want to settle the damages if there are any. I haven't had to pay any yet, so that's good for us. Because it can happen any day, that's for sure.
But they've always been.
Yeah, I still go out and visit with landowners or anybody like that. They call us kind of hands-on myself. I like to be involved with them personally because it's our guys or my guys and my equipment out there, so I want them to know who I am when there is a complaint, who they're dealing with.
Thank you.
So, our question for you, Nate, between, well, you go down Laverne obviously all the time too, but between 160th and 170th Street on the Laverne Sexton Road, there's a drainage ditch that goes underneath, and there's all sorts of trees that have grown up in there. Is that?
There's a lot of elm trees growing.
A lot of
up
elm
in there
trees,
in between. Yeah, I know where you're talking.
So is that something that we'd call you to specially do, or?
For like
is that-
roadside or drainage?
Well, I guess I'm talking drainage now. I guess I'm getting off the agenda.
Right,
I'm sorry.
and I don't know why, when I talked to you previously about that other ditch here outside
Yeah.
of town, that's what I thought you were talking about, but I don't think, I've never worked on that drainage ditch.
I was wondering, okay,
I think it
okay.
says drainage or ditch number 6 or something like that, when I go by, it's got a sign on it, but.
yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask you about, but I'm getting off topic. We'll talk later about it.
Okay.
Okay, so we need a motion, for the roadside noxious weed spraying calendar 2026 then.
So moved.
Motion by Garmin. Any second to that? Second by Haas. Discussion at all? Hearing none, all in favor of approving, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Nate, for
Can I
being
get a
here.
signature on this?
Sure, yep.
And I'll was
You
gonna
want
do
to
the
sign it?
same- I do the same thing, I accept it, so however you
Okay.
want to do it.
Sure.
Where do you
Yeah.
want me to sign it?
Anywhere on the bottom, just for
Okay.
my records, really.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll give it to you, Nate, too, so.
My organization skills are not the best yet in the office, so.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
Nate.
They always get better.
Okay, we've got that. We'll have you come back up here. Yep.
Yeah, we got
Alright.
Yeah, we got a teleconference here.
Yeah, you got that.
Palo Alto County, so.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
How do we do that?
Do you have a number?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was on the sheet.
it's 712-852-2563, and the code is 480 pound.
That's what it asks for.
Oh, I didn't.
I hung up too
hung
soon.
up. Didn't push speaker first.
How sweet. 712-852.
2563.
Your speaker button.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Can you hear us?
Is the mic on?
Yeah, it is.
We have the full board here today.
Can you hear us, Carmen?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, we have our full board here as well with our auditor and drainage clerk.
Go ahead.
We're controlled here.
Okay, so we have discussion decision, I didn't know if Colin was on the phone or not. But we have discussion decision, joint teleconference to approve change order number 1 and pay app number 1. This is for spots that, along the ditch, that were in need of repair, that were not originally included in the list of damaged sites. One of those sites being on the Lindgren ground, just north of 160th Street, northeast of West Bend, where there was a pretty massive washout, that needed to be repaired. So that's what one of these is for, sites like that. And one of the things, so that's what we need to approve is a change order for those sites.
Okay, I'd make a motion to approve the change order.
Motion by Stecker,
Second.
second, was that, Linus?
Solver.
Okay,
Who was it?
Linus Solberg.
So,
Okay, we have a second by Solberg from Palo Alto County. All in favor of approving the motion, please
Any
say aye.
discussion?
Oh, sorry, any discussion on those sites? Good? Okay, all in favor say aye then? Aye.
All eyes here.
All ayes here too. Okay, I think that's all we have to do.
no, you have to do the pay app.
No, we need to approve the pay estimate number 1 for $126,800.
Oh, you're right.
$72.
You're right, I'm off course here.
I'll make a
Thank you,
motion to
Carmen.
approve
Okay,
that too.
motion by Stecker to approve that as well. Need a second from Palo Alto?
Ron Granger.
Okay, second by Ron Grettinger, from Palo Alto. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
All eyes here.
All ayes here. So, motion carried, and I think that's it.
Ask Carmen if
Okay.
she wants me to have you guys sign it and send it to
Thank
them,
you.
or if she's gonna
Is
send
it,
it
Carmen, do you want us to sign it
and then send it
and
to
send
them.
that to you, or?
No, we're gonna sign our copy here and I'll email it over to Tammy.
Okay,
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank you.
day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Back up to Doug.
Back up to Doug, okay.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Gotta laugh.
He's getting his workout on the stairs today.
We are done, we're ready for you. No, it didn't. Okay.
Morning, Wade.
Morning.
Good morning again,
Yes.
for the third time. We're up to the gravel pit leases whenever you're ready.
Okay, yes, we have 2 remaining leases to be signed for the year with Rothler Farms, Rothler. I can't remember, let's see here. One's Josh Rothler, and I think the other one is Rothler Farms. Anyway, one is the O'Rourke Pit, and one is the Irvington Pit. Irvington has approximately 9.6 acres of tillable. The O'Rourke Pit, there's some hay ground on there. The terms are the same as what they were with the last lease, and this would be started March 1 of this year, going through March 1 of 2029. So I think it would be prudent to have the board approve all of those. We'll get them signed, get them sent back to the Rothler, to Josh.
Doug, is rent due on the 1st for those of March?
Rothler already paid his. He
For
already,
these or for the
no,
other
for
one?
the March
It is due
one.
November 1 on the Irvington, November 1 on the O'Rourke.
Okay.
On the,
Both
sorry,
of them are in the
The
fall.
county farm.
the county farm, he did, I know somebody had asked, he has paid that.
So we need a motion to,
Yeah, 2 motions, or I
Sure.
guess we wrote it up as 2 separate
Yep.
motions, however the
Yep.
board would like to do it. This is Irvington there, and this is O'Rourke.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do Irvington first then. Be a motion to sign a 3-year farm lease with Josh Rothler. For that Irvington lease, okay, motion by Garmin,
I can second.
Garmin second by Haas. Any discussion on that lease? If not, all in favor of approving, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Second one is to sign a 3-year farm lease with Josh Rothler for the O'Rourke gravel pit. Riverdale Township, need a motion for that.
I can do that.
Motion by Haas, second by Garmin. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the lease, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay.
And I just need a signature here, Tammy and Carter, and I'll get it notarized. There's that one there. There's that one there. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a couple requests for the right of way.
Yes, there's 2 requests for crossing road with a private tile. One is a Tom Goshi, this would be up with, it's DD9, but crossing 130 Avenue between sections 12 of Greenwood and 7 of Ramsey, moving across and outletting in an open drainage ditch. Everything is completed per the policy that we do have for crossing secondary roads. We do have a document from the Antone, TJ Antone, saying that he is aware of it, gives permission for that tiling project. And I would recommend that the board would approve of this request from Tom Goshi.
Doug, you said that was DD9, it looks like DD4, pretty sure.
Or excuse me, 4, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I
I'd
misspoke.
make a motion to approve that, I just wanted to make sure we were
Yes.
clarified.
Okay, motion by Stecker,
I'll second.
second by Wactor. Any discussion on the Goshi crossing? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
And then we also have a request from Marlon Brandt to cross 290th Street between section 28 and section 33. Again, a private tile, HK joint 587 would be outletting into the open ditch there. It's gravel road, and again, I would recommend, we have everything on file that is needed. I would recommend that the board would go and approve of this request as well.
Motion by Garmin, second by Stecker. Any discussion on that? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
All right, Carter, I need a couple more signatures here quick.
Let's do that.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you. And that's all the right of way?
Yes, that
Okay.
is.
Okay, next up is discussion decision to approve Kossuth County engineer contract. Just for informational purposes, I gave the board, the previous contract, so you could have a copy of that. I know Amber, you asked, it says 2020 through 2023.
Even though it automatically
It,
rolls that.
it automatically, this was just the copy that I had, I don't have an editable copy, but I'm sure we could change those dates. This would be not a problem. But this would have been automatically renewed in 2023, which is why it doesn't say 2026, it just, but it'd be the same contract. I included minutes in the back from, July 11th, that it would not automatically renew in 2026, according to a motion of the board. And then, from August 8th, that there was a motion to amend the contract in section 10A, to replace the word unanimous to the word majority for acceptance of the engineer at the time as worded by the contract, but, so, just, that's for informational purposes for the board, we can approve the contract. I know I spoke with Doug, and Doug is wanting to, continue to work, and I assume if you had any changes from the employee end that you desired, we would have covered that, so, take a motion either to approve the contract as is, or any wording changes if the board still desires to do that. So, that, we need to approve it so that we have a county engineer come July 1st.
Is that what you want?
I'm satisfied with the language of the contract.
You're satisfied with the motion from previously about majority?
I believe there's also a letter that I wrote to the board of supervisors requesting that motion, I don't have my file, but I don't believe that there was only one party. There was not two parties acting on that part of that agreement.
So, yes, correct, Doug, and
So
that's why it says
that
per.
motion would not,
Right.
in my opinion, be part of that agreement.
As it stands now, no, that was never, given written acceptance. The way the contract is worded, any changes that are made to the contract for the duration of that period have to have written consent from both parties. There was only the board's party at that time, Doug did not consent to that in written
Okay.
approval, so as
it
it's,
is unanimous.
currently, that is how the word stands now. If the board wanted to change that, it's certainly, now is the time to do is all my point. Or any other changes to the contract.
I guess I firmly believe what was discussed at that time and would reiterate it in the form of a motion to amend the contract in section 10A by replacing the word unanimous with the word majority.
Okay. Well, there's a motion, so it would be a motion to accept the contract as worded with the amendment of,
Just starting,
Oh,
just starting with that as
Okay.
a one singular change, so we can deal
Okay.
with things specifically.
okay, so the motion is to amend the county engineer's contract in section 10A to replace the word, to the word unanimous to the word majority. Is that your motion? Okay.
Correct.
Is there a second to that motion?
Not sure, say that one more time,
Okay,
replace unanimous
so-
with majority.
So if you look at section 10,
Just
look at section
basically
10.
improvements here, yep.
Yeah, look at the minutes in the back, it says, to amend Kossuth County Engineer's contract in section 10A by replacing the word unanimous with the word majority. That would be the motion on the table.
I'm still confused, so here it says unanimous, but that's not what's going on, it is majority right now?
No.
No, it's not
No, it's
majority.
This is the current contract as worded.
Okay.
Yep,
Alright,
The
yep.
only,
But I need
the only
a
thing-
second to the motion,
Yeah.
and then we can talk. If anybody wants to second that.
I'll second
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, second by Wactor. So if you look at section 10A, it says that the board may terminate this contract at any time without cause by giving 30 days notice in writing to the engineer of such formal action taken by a unanimous vote of the board. Then that word unanimous being changed to majority as worded in,
And Doug is saying that he didn't accept it before, so it wasn't, and from his viewpoint, it wasn't.
Correct.
In force.
Correct.
And does the board recognize that too, is that?
So that would be correct, I think.
Yep.
I would recognize that as anyone else could speak to their understanding, but the current contract as we're looking at it, because it was voted to not automatically renew, would terminate at the end of this fiscal year. So we need language that we would have available for a new contract going forward. So we're talking about new language for the new fiscal year.
Yeah.
But it would still take both parties to recognize it or not?
It would take.
To make any changes to the contract after the contract's accepted,
Okay.
that would take both parties, yes, still, it would
Yeah,
still. Yeah.
we would be able to present what we wanted or desired in the form of contract language if Doug or any other individual did not want to accept those terms, then they wouldn't agree to the contract. But
Correct.
yes, this would be our side of the conversation.
Okay.
I'd like to say Doug's been our engineer for a long time. He just accepted a years of service award. He says he's happy with the language as it is. I don't know why we would change it right now. I have an issue with changing something like that to majority. Yeah, I have a huge issue with that, because if something were being done wrong, I would say that we would be unanimous in probably a termination of an employee. No, it should not be a majority. No, I think that's underhanded.
Okay. Well, and I know, I know I stated a couple of years ago, when we had these discussions, that this was not about, I mean, I would hope that would be the language moving forward to new contracts, and that, as in other counties have that as well, where it says majority versus unanimous, because whether it's my best friend or my worst enemy that is sitting in that employee position, it does not change my feeling of the wording, and I know I made the motion, I think, at the time to do that. And because it's such a narrow, Humboldt County's run into this issue in the past, Hancock County's run into this issue in the past, other counties around have had issues in the past where they've had problems that did not fall under the for cause, cause it's so narrow, and this is not, I mean, make clear, this is not a termination or any, this is going to accept a new contract for an employee. Okay, this is just wording of a contract going forward. So this, that was my feeling at the time. That was why I had motioned that way initially, just so you understand that.
Okay, and I just want to say that, you know, we're not hiring a new engineer at this time. I feel like I would be more open to changes in a contract, when we're starting over. I'm not for changing a contract that we've had in place for several years when we have a county engineer, obviously, who is doing a good job. He's still here.
That's
So I'm not for changing anything.
Well, I'm gonna avoid repeating myself as much as possible, but one thing I will say very strongly and clearly, there is nothing else that we vote on in this boardroom that requires a unanimous vote. Besides this currently. There is a supermajority, or there is or was pending state legislation, a supermajority vote if for levying taxes over a certain threshold with some of the semi-recent laws that were passed, but there is nothing else in this boardroom, to my knowledge, that requires a unanimous vote. And I think that's an extreme bar and an unnecessary bar. I think the county engineer, regardless of the individual, regardless of the quality of job they're doing, that is a position that works directly for the board, for the purposes of serving the county, and the people that are elected to this position are the ones that should be making that decision, and I just don't feel that a unanimous vote is justified here, regardless of any person or years of service or quality of job. If you're doing a perfect job, you shouldn't have anything to worry about having majority support.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay. And this is a motion simply to amend wording, correct? And so,
One specific word and then we can deal with anything else after
Okay.
that.
okay, if everyone understands the motion, do a roll call vote, please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
No.
Stecker,
Yes.
Haas,
No,
Nath,
Yes? Okay, the wording is amended, for the current contract.
Are we negotiating?
This is for the board's
Or,
proposal.
okay, so I think if you go towards the end of the contract, there is a method prescribed in the contract. I would like the board of supervisors to follow that prescription if we are negotiating. I believe it requires a letter written by either party to open negotiations. Is that correct?
Says that this contract may be amended, revised, renewed, or extended at any time only by written approval of the board and the engineer.
Which is
This
not
contract is
being-
expired July 1st,
Yeah,
so this would be come July 1st.
So is the board willing to accept proposals from the county engineer for amendments?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you know if this, we are negotiating?
Sure.
So, I believe that also can be done in closed session.
exempt session, but it'd be similar.
Yeah,
It's not
I
closed,
believe
but
you're
it'd
correct
be
on that.
exempt.
I'm not familiar with exempt
I'm not
session.
either.
Our other union negotiations,
This is
This is
this has
including-
nothing to do with collective bargaining.
it's not collective bargaining, but it would be in relation to, employment matters.
Where does that say that in the code?
A good question.
And
for
that's
the
fine,
attorney,
but
Yeah,
I will,
I can get you that reference.
I guess if the board would please provide to me a written copy of what is being proposed, and I will
okay,
follow that up.
okay.
So was the purpose of today only to talk about that one line
I
in
thought
this
it was-
contract?
I thought it was
Because-
approving a contract for July 1st,
Yeah, well,
that, and that's fine, I guess if you would like a written, proposal from the board and then we
I
approve it
think
at a
it's
later
also-
time, that,
10A, is that paragraph that you were talking about?
that is the paragraph.
Would the board be able to read 10B out loud?
sure.
Sure. So that either party may terminate this contract for cause in
What
such
was that word again? What was that phrase?
that either party may terminate this contract for cause,
Thank you.
okay? Okay,
Go ahead and read it all.
you want me to continue? Okay.
Sure.
In such case, the terminating party shall set forth in written notice the specific facts upon which the cause for termination is based, together with the date of termination and the severance allowance, if any, in addition to accrued vacation. Mhm.
And that would be the majority of board members if they chose for cause. The only thing we're talking about is without cause.
You are correct in that,
correct?
as far as how that's
10A
worded
is
in the
without
contract,
cause.
yes.
10B addresses if there is
With
cause.
cause, correct. I'm
And
aware
to
of
the
that.
statement that if the engineer is doing a perfect job, there's nothing to worry about, I would have them talk with Potawatomi County, Monona County, Winnebago County. There's a few counties recently where county engineers have been terminated without cause. So, and it's purely political.
I believe it.
And also, I will say 10A protects the board to a certain extent also. That if there are members that do not want to automatically pay any kind of any severance at all, it would save the county that way. So I'll await your letter.
It would protect the board by saving them from paying a severance
Correct.
by using 10A?
10A would, yes, if there was no cause, and
That sounds
You're
like a
saying
financial
if you
protection to
terminate
taxpayers.
for cause, there's less financial consequences than if you terminate without cause.
correct.
Yeah, so I know what you're saying, yep.
So I guess I'll wait for the board then to write me a letter
Okay.
with the proposed language, and we'll go from there.
Okay, well, we can do that.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you. It is not quite 9 o'clock here. Then. Oh, we have discussion, yep.
Can I make a suggestion that the dates be changed in that to be,
Yes,
to fit this
Yep.
time period?
yeah,
please?
and I guess if we're gonna, come back to this, we can certainly change those dates.
Okay,
Be July 1st of 26 through July 1st of, or through June 30th of 29 then. Yep. If that is, sounds right to you, Doug, or acceptable to you.
Well, the contract is being, in my opinion, the contract now is being negotiated, so.
Okay, well, we can put those dates in there for now then. Okay. All right, anything for discussion?
Yeah, we do have, we're planning to have a letting. This would be for replacement of a culvert north of Lone Rock. That we are planning a letting on March 31 of this month. So I do, the board, this gives an opportunity for the board to sign, approve of these plans. And then this is the Michelson Marsh Bridge to the west of Titonka. We're planning to use urban renewal funds for the Michelson Marsh, and we're planning to use local construction funds for the bridge, the culvert north of Lone Rock. So if the board would please sign that. Road conditions, yesterday, we did plow paved roads Sunday morning, went one pass on them. With the winds, they were filling up quickly behind our plowed routes. Yesterday, we started at 5. The south end was able to go at 5. The north end, the wind, they had more snow. The wind was really blowing. They got out on the roads at 6. They worked till about 5 o'clock last night. And then they're working again, started up at 5 today. We'll get over all the gravels. Yesterday we, I believe we got one way over gravel roads, both ways over pavements. Hopefully this afternoon, the sun will shine and we'll be able to get out and get a lot of the ice off of the roadways. So, and hopefully tonight we do not get too much snow, so, thank you, John. Working on the budget and program, get that taken care of here in the next, I hope next week I'll have that, get to the DOT for review, and then to the board for approval. I'm asking for some quotes to do some roof repairs on our sign shop here in Algona. We have a shop up at Seneca at Quonset. We're gonna put steel on both of those, right over the shingles, and then the engineer's garage, we have some problems on that roof. We'll put asphalt shingle system on that as well, or on that to replace it, but we are requesting some quotes for that work. We're starting to prepare for the 2-week pay periods coming up, which is gonna take a little bit of work on our part, but we'll take care of all of that. Working on the annual post-closure financial assurance for the Waste Management Association. We got the May 2nd cleanup days coming up. And then we have health insurance, which we do have an item here shortly to talk about insurance items. So it's kind of everything that's going on in the engineer's office right now.
Okay. Any questions for Doug?
Doug, I know the cameras have gotten installed by the junkyard, so I'm glad to see that. Do we have any idea of when we're gonna clean up that ditch or anything yet?
Yeah, we will start our cleanup on that now, once we get weather allowing us, but we are prepared. We did visit it about it, so.
Okay, yep, I know there's some people in the area that had reached out about it again, and they had noticed the cameras got put up too, so I think that's a step in the right direction.
Great. Anything else? Alright, well, thank you much.
You bet.
Thanks, Doug.
Okay, next up, it is after 9 o'clock, so we have a public hearing on solar ordinance amending the Kossuth County, Iowa zoning ordinance to regulate the construction and operation of utility scale solar energy systems in the unincorporated areas of Kossuth County. And I will need a motion to open that public hearing. Motion by Stecker,
I'll second.
second by Wactor. Any discussion on the motion? If not, roll call vote please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin, Stecker,
Yes.
Haas,
Yes,
Nath.
Yes. Motion carried, a public hearing is open, and we will have the first reading of the ordinance. Yeah. Great, thank you. I'm gonna say it's a lot of pages.
It's a lot.
Okay. An ordinance amending various provisions of the Kossuth County zoning ordinance for the purpose of regulating and restricting the use of land for the construction and operation of utility-scale solar energy systems in the unincorporated area of Kossuth County, Iowa. Be it ordained by the Board of Supervisors of Kossuth County, Iowa, whereas the regulation of the siting, construction, operation, and eventual discontinuance of the utility-scale solar energy system projects is necessary to protect the health, safety, welfare of residents of the county, to protect public infrastructure, and to ensure proper land use within the county that is consistent with the current comprehensive plan. And whereas the county has undertaken a legislative study process to determine appropriate regulations for the siting, construction, operation, and eventual discontinuance of the USSES projects, and whereas during the course of the legislative study period, the county consulted with residents, interest holders, and professional consultants, including the county engineers and county's engineers and legal counsel, and whereas the county has received and considered the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations for a USSES ordinance, and whereas the board has considered the county's comprehensive plan and the objectives set forth in Iowa Code Section 335.5, and whereas pursuant to Iowa Code Section 335.6, the board scheduled a public hearing on this ordinance and caused notice of said hearing to be published in accordance with the Iowa Code Section 331.305, and whereas the board now finds it to be in the best interest of the county to amend its zoning ordinance to permit and establish supplemental standards applicable to the construction of USSES projects in the A1 Agricultural District. Section 1. The Kossuth County zoning ordinance, Article 6, A1 Agricultural District, Section 6.1, is hereby amended by adding the following new subsection 6.15 as follows. 6.15, utility scale solar energy systems which may be considered by the Board of Adjustment in accordance with the standards and requirements of Article 16, utility scale solar energy systems and all their applicable considerations for special exceptions and variances in the zoning ordinance. Section 2, the Kossuth County zoning ordinance, Articles 16, 17, 18, 19 are renumbered as Articles 27, 28, 29, and 30 respectively, and all of their numbered sections and subsections are renumbered accordingly. Section 3, the Kossuth County zoning ordinance is amended by adding the new following Article 26 in place of the former Article 26, which is being renumbered. Article 26, utility scale solar energy systems. Purpose. The purpose of this ordinance is to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare by regulating the construction, installation, and operation of utility scale solar energy system projects in the unincorporated areas of Kossuth County in a manner which balances the county's goals of encouraging the development and use of alternative and renewable energy with the protection of public health and welfare and limiting adverse impacts to protected areas of the county such as agricultural land, conservation areas, drainage tile, and public infrastructure. This ordinance shall be construed and implemented consistent with the county's comprehensive plan and all applicable state and federal laws. The county finds the construction of utility-scale solar energy system projects may impact private landowners, county infrastructure, and drainage systems, and because of these potential impacts, the Kossuth County Board of Supervisors believes that it is in the public's best interest to review and regulate construction permits for these projects. Definitions. Decommissioning means the complete removal of all components of a USSES project, including solar arrays, accessory structures, and disposal of all solid and hazardous waste in accordance with local, state, and federal waste disposal regulations, following the discontinuance of operations and restoration of the site to its previous condition. Occupied residence means a building designed for and actually occupied on a permanent basis as an abode. Project area shall mean the geographic area encompassing all components of a utility-scale solar energy system project. Property line shall mean the legal boundary between separately owned real estate parcels and between privately owned parcels and publicly owned land or public right-of-way. Setback means the minimum distance from a certain object, structure, or other point of reference to the edge of any part or component of the USSES. Utility scale solar energy system has the same meaning as facility under Iowa Code Chapter 476A, as may be amended from time to time, except that this ordinance is applicable to projects with a total capacity of 10 megawatts or more, or projects which span a total of 30 acres of contiguous land within the unincorporated part of the county, which is used primarily for transmission through the electrical grid, for off-site use or wholesale and or retail sale. Utility-scale solar energy systems do not include small-scale solar panels or technologies installed at individual residential, municipal, or commercial locations that are not utilized for the commercial resale of any energy except for the sale of surplus energy back to the electrical grid. Applicability. It shall be prohibited to construct and operate a USSES project within unincorporated Kossuth County without first obtaining a USSES special use permit from the Board of Adjustment in accordance with this ordinance. USSESs may be located in an A1 agricultural zoning district within the county with a special use permit and a building permit approved by the Board of Supervisors. Application requirements. The county zoning administrator will supply the written application forms to be used by any person seeking a permit to construct a USSES project. A pre-application meeting may be held upon request at least 30 days prior to submission of the final application. Each project shall require a separate application. The application shall contain the name, address, and EIN of the applicant, as well as proposed owners or operators of the project, including the contact information, name, address, telephone, and email of their authorized representatives. The application shall designate the entity that will be the permit holder. A list of names and addresses of all property owners located within the project area. Applicant shall provide proof of verification by the county auditor. A project development timeline which includes a plan for notification to adjacent property owners and interest stakeholders. A development plan for the project which shall contain legal descriptions of all properties identified as part of the project, the location and size of all structures and facilities, the location and layout of access and parking areas, the number of, location of, and distance between solar panels, the location of underground or overhead electric lines, flood hazard area designations, aerial photographs or a site plan of the entire proposed project area showing the approximate proposed location of facilities, private access roads, substations and all other components of the project, property lines and setback distances as specified in this ordinance. All public roads and public and private drainage ditches, district facilities, i.e. ditches and underground tiles, in the project area, all lakes, permanent water courses, and public conservation areas within 3 miles of the project area boundaries. Grading and landscaping plan prepared and certified by an Iowa licensed qualified engineer or architect, and emergency response plan. Project details, including the name of the project and generating capacity, documentation of the applicant's legal control over all the private property interests necessary for the project signed by the property owner, a description of the county roads, bridges, and culverts anticipated to be used during all phases of construction, as well as for access to material storage sites and staging areas. Before construction commences on a project, all public road crossings and drainage district crossings must be provided to the county engineer and reviewed for compliance with the county's road use and public drainage system protection agreements. Any Federal Aviation Administration, Federal Communications Commission, or other state or federal permits or approvals that are necessary for the project, applicant shall submit a copy of the actual permit application or proof that the permit has been filed with the appropriate agency. All ancillary agreements and plans required by this ordinance. Such additional information as the county may request due to unique circumstances with the project, applicants are encouraged to have ongoing discussions with the zoning administrator and county engineers, county and drainage district during preparation of the application. Any property owner setback distance requirement waivers. A waiver request for specific application requirements upon showing of impossibility or hardship may be requested at the time of application. Applications that lack any required information in this ordinance and which do not make an express waiver request will be deemed incomplete and will be returned to the applicant. A permit fee in the amount of $1,000 per megawatt per application.
Do you want me to read some?
Do you want to?
I mean, I
Go
can
for
if you
it.
want, okay.
If you're offering.
26.5, development plan sitting requirements. The development plan shall be subject to the following requirements and standards and included in the application. 26.51, a security fence must be installed along all exterior sides of the project area. Security fences shall be constructed of material approved by the county building official. Fences and any associated gates and warning signs must be maintained in good condition until the project is discontinued and decommissioned. Emergency access shall be available to the site and a description of the access shall be provided to the county. 26.52, all structures other than fences shall be developed within minimum setbacks shown below. 26.521, public drainage tile under the supervision of the Board of Supervisors, 100 feet from center of tile. 26.522, public open drainage district ditches under the supervision of the Board of Supervisors, 300 feet. 26.523, occupied residence, 500 feet, unless a written waiver and consent from all affected property owners adjacent to the proposed structure site is provided as part of a variance application to the Board of Adjustment. 26.524, property lines, 100 feet, unless a written waiver and consent from all affected property owners adjacent to the proposed structure site is provided as part of a variance application to the Board of Adjustment. 26.525, public right-of-way, 60 feet from the county right-of-way line and 80 feet from primary highway right-of-way line. 26.526, airports as required by federal law. 26.53, no structure or component part shall exceed the height requirement of the zoning district in which the uses is constructed. 26.54, uses project shall be designated to minimize glare impact to adjacent property, including right-of-way. 26.55, the applicant shall be solely responsible for repairs or replacement of public or private drainage tile systems due to construction, operation, or maintenance of the uses. 26.56, a soil and erosion mitigation plan shall be included as part of the development plan. 26.57, an emergency response plan including procedures for safe operation in the event of emergency, including fire, natural disaster, structure or facility collapse, personal injury on site, or other emergency shall be submitted as part of the development plan. The emergency response plan is subject to review and approval by local fire departments and the Kossuth County Emergency Management Agency as a condition of uses permit approval. 26.6, ancillary agreements required. Issuance of a uses permit is conditioned upon the application executing all of the following ancillary agreements in form acceptable to the board. 26.61, Kossuth County Road Use and Repair Agreement. 26.62, Kossuth County Public Drainage System Protection Agreement approved by the trustees of each affected drainage district, which shall include provisions for repair or replacement of infrastructure and land restoration for any damages caused by the construction, operation, or maintenance of the uses project. 26.63, Emergency Response Plan. 26.64, Decommissioning Plan. 26.65, Proof of Insurance. Evidence of general liability insurance coverage in the form of a certificate of coverage in an amount satisfactory to the board for the construction and operation of the uses. 26.7, Transferability. Only the holder of the uses permit shall own the project and shall be the entity responsible for all requirements of this ordinance. The permit holder shall be responsible for maintenance and compliance with ancillary agreements. No uses permit may be transferred or assigned without the written approval of the Kossuth County Board of Supervisors. 26.8, Discontinuance of operations and decommissioning plan. 26.81, Discontinuance. Any uses that has not been in operation and producing electricity for at least 180 consecutive days, excluding a natural catastrophic event, shall be removed. The county engineer shall notify the owner to remove the system. Within 90 days, the owner shall either submit evidence showing that the system has been operating and producing electricity or remove it. A use shall also be discontinued upon permit revocation. In the case of a natural catastrophic event, a detailed restoration plan to return to operational status must be provided to the county within 60 days of the cessation of said event. 26.82, Decommissioning. Upon discontinuance of use or at the end of useful life of the uses, the owner and permit holder shall be required to follow the decommissioning plan on file with the county. The decommissioning plan shall contain 26.821, a description of the project components and a sequence and description of the activities required to remove the same in compliance with this section. 26.822, a report prepared by a qualified third party to be approved by the board in advance, setting forth the procedures and estimated net cost associated with the removal of the components other than feeder lines, and the accompanying restoration of the surface to the original elevation with soil content similar to that of the immediate area of each site. The cost estimate shall include all costs associated with decommissioning, including deconstruction, transportation, disposal of all components, site cleanup, anticipated cost of public infrastructure repair, and liability insurance coverage. 26.823, cash, an irrevocable letter of credit or a performance bond guaranteeing performance of decommissioning plan running in favor of the county in an amount no less than the total estimated net costs as determined by the report required under section 2. The financial security must be in place at the time the project is completed and must remain in effect until decommissioning is completed. No such security shall be cancelable without notice to the county. Each year, the permit holder shall provide proof that such security is in effect at the same time as the annual report to the assessor for purposes of the real estate tax assessment. 26.824. The report prepared under paragraph B shall above be updated and provided to the county 1. At least every 5 years. 2. Upon any proposed transfer of the uses permit, should any update indicate a change in the decommissioning costs. The security required under section 3 shall be adjusted accordingly with proof provided to the county within 60 days. 26.825. No transfer or assignment of the uses permit shall be effective without a correspondence transfer or assignment of the obligations and financial security required under the decommissioning plan as approved by the Board of Supervisors. 26.826. The owner of a USIS may apply to the county for an extension of the decommissioning period for either removal or reactivation, which may be granted or denied at the board's discretion. 26.827, failure to comply with this section constitutes a material violation of this ordinance, subject to penalties. 26.9, penalties. Any material violation of any provision of this ordinance that remains uncured after 30 days written notice from the county to the USIS permit holder shall be grounds for revocation or other legal action. Failure to comply following notice from the county shall be subject to all additional enforcement action available to the county. In addition to any other penalty provided under state law, county code, or county zoning code, a violation of this ordinance shall constitute a county infraction punishable by civil penalty not to exceed $750 for a first offense and not to exceed $1,000 for each repeat offense. Each day that a violation occurs or is permitted to exist constitutes a separate offense. Section 4, severability. If any provisions of this ordinance are for any reason illegal or void, then the lawful provisions of this ordinance are separable from the unlawful provisions and shall remain in full force and effect in the same manner as if the ordinance contained no illegal or void provisions. Section 5, repealer. All ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict with the provisions of this ordinance are hereby repealed. Section 6, effective date. This ordinance shall become effective upon its passage by the board at 3 meetings and published as required by law.
Good job.
A lot of reading.
Yeah, that is a lot of reading. Okay. So, the public hearing is already open, so if there's any comments, objections, thoughts from anybody in the room here, this is your time to speak. Thank you, Wade, for being here. I know you're on the zoning commission and for presenting us the draft, so. Okay, well, if there are no public comments, then we'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Wactor,
I'll second.
second by Haas. Any discussion on closing the public hearing? If not, roll call vote, please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Haas,
Yes,
Nah.
Yes. Motion carried. Okay, and then we have, we will need a motion to approve the consideration of the first reading. Need a motion by, okay, we got a motion by Haas,
One second.
second,
Either way.
second by Wactor. Any discussion on or approving the consideration of the first reading? If not, all in favor say aye.
aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
And we'll have the second reading next week.
We will have the second reading next week. And it's okay if you happen to waive it.
I wonder why you would say that.
No. Okay, well, good enough. Thanks for being in here, Corey. Anything else you wanted to comment on that? Okay,
Thank you.
yep,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, discussion decision, health insurance options.
Called up.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break.
I just texted him to be called.
Okay. Yeah, you can tell him we'll be back in a few minutes. How's Heather today?
Hi Doug, Howard again. I know you just got a text from Don. We're gonna take a break, so it'll be 5 to 10 minutes, so. Yes.
Well, thanks. We don't have a lot of those, but every once in a while.
It's required to have it legally.
Legally, you gotta read the whole thing in a public meeting, so. And you have 3 readings to pass an ordinance, so, but you do have options, legally, if you want to waive the second or the third or both. So,
Yeah, it's an
yeah,
interesting.
I mean, you know, like sometimes an ordinance might be a little more controversial or something, and so you take your time and maybe we made changes after this one, and, but, yeah. But obviously this one was big hoopla. I'll be better.
Hi Mark,
Wait,
how you doing?
Pretty good.
we're looking for cheap potassium.
Are
You found any?
This won't last though, I haven't checked it since, when I was March 6th or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
I need to probably call and find out, I know they tried to take potash up $20 again, but I haven't had much traction for it to stick.
You don't need an excuse to raise the price, I noticed.
No, listen, we're recorded.
Shut that off.
I cannot be on tape talking about this. But they will shot right back up again. Well, you know, came back down last week, you know, got down to that $80 range. Now it's clear back up to 100.
I hope it goes up, I hope it goes up to 200. I bet we get $6 more.
You know what happens when you get $6 more? When you get.
You can't get the fertilizer price to be higher than it already is.
Oh, don't be so sure.
We will have any cheap potassium then.
There's a shortage because nutrient owns all the, all that freaking
Not all.
processing in all of Canada. Trump said he's not trying to worry about it, so now the Chinese are not letting it touch we speak, and he's gonna, 2 weeks, he's gonna say, yeah, the meeting's back on. He's got all his buddies short market there, weird, right?
Should've taken a picture, I got about a 5-foot drift right in front of my front door.
So Dwayne took pictures yesterday, cause we haven't had a good blizzard like this for a while.
Well, the wind just,
Yeah.
how it comes around my house, it just whips right across the front door. Thankfully, now I've added on a porch, it pushes it out a little bit further.
That helps.
But it's still in piles on the porch.
It show up totally different?
Well, again,
Okay, here's when he put it next to the,
That's what I said.
Oh,
okay, alright.
and
mm-hmm.
But I don't know what other.
okay, there, yeah, there's that one. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And then he, before he started moving snow,
Well, how,
he
maybe I do know.
put his pickup up against it, and you can see the snow drift just a little bit over the pickup. So that was just wind blown, that was
Yeah,
without
yep,
moving any
yep.
snow, yeah.
Is there another, I don't know, there's, like Walmart sent that, comparison sheet. Or does
This is the one I found. I read it wrong.
Okay.
That's, so, I don't need to ask privately, but did you, you talked about the credible coverage, did you check, did it include the drug plan?
Pardon me?
So you've already used the elevator?
No, it's good to get some steps and.
From spring break, right now she's in Chicago, and somebody said that they think
No, I'm
that
just gonna
the
say-
Chicago River might be one of them that turn green for St. Patrick's Day, so I said, if you fly over the river, look and see if it's green.
Did that come in an email?
It did, it
That's, I'm looking for it, but.
was on Friday. I saw it, I just,
Oh, I found it now, okay.
I took it,
So many different emails.
I still think I saw something different from this. Oh, yeah, I was under the impression it was a Blue Cross and
Okay. Well, we're all back, so, we can get started on the health insurance discussion.
Okay,
We received the frequently asked question sheet.
okay, so that was compiled. So basically today, a week from tomorrow is our first meeting. I'm still waiting for staff to sign up. I'm gonna review those times again, cause, we're anticipating that the majority of you will all be there. I think it'll be important for them to know that we're supporting this, we're trying to get this information out, that Wednesday and the 25th and the 31st are informational meetings, so that they can be prepared to make a decision come open enrollment, which will be April 24th for secondary roads and May 5th for the rest of the employees. So it's times on the 25th at the Nature Center are 10, 1:30, and 5. And then on the 31st, 1 and 3. We do have a 6 o'clock session that we're offering, but I've only had one sign up thus far, and instead if we did have enough interest, we wouldn't have that. Michelle from Wellmark will be here. So I just wanted you to have that on your calendars.
Will you say those again? I
Sure.
couldn't write fast enough.
The 25th, the Nature Center, 10, 1:30, and 5. And the 31st, at the Election Center, 1, 3, and then tentatively 6. We were trying to accommodate if there were spouses or shift workers, but so far only 1 for the 6 o'clock and the 31st. I guess, kind of wanted to talk about how you see the flow of things going, what you're anticipating. Like I said, Michelle will be there. Friday, I supplied you a compiled list of frequently asked questions. There's still a few things that we would need clarifiers from. One of the things was it said most preventative care is taken care of. That most just leaves it a little bit hanging, so I've contacted Michelle. The other question that we had was what to do with flexible spending, our savings account or our flex account. If they terminate on June 30th, where we are with that as far as them using their balance. And then the other thing we need to talk about is if somebody has overspent and we have not collected those funds, how we're going to address those things. So I've sent that also to Kathy Clark, who is representative from WageWorks/Health Equity. And then I think we met and also wanted to talk with you today about an option or what we're thinking to do to help employees who experience a high healthcare need prior to accumulating an HSA fund to help support that high need. We've talked about some reinsurance and things like that. Those things are kind of still on the table, and then also kind of locking down who will be the holder, keeper, supporter of the HSAs.
On the HSA topic, have you guys found anyone else that will do it with minimal or no fees, or what are you?
Well, there are no minimal, no fees. We did talk to Health Equity. They have quite a few fees, but they obviously do that business. They offer some different investment options, but there's fees for per member, per participation. I can go over some of that. The local banks, depending on if you have an account for one, there's no fee, otherwise it's $36 or $3 a month. Another bank is $20 per year. Comparable interest rates.
Is that per member per year?
For the $20?
And the 36?
Yes, per member per year.
Okay, well, I know I had asked some questions at Fidelity and Bancroft previously about HSAs. So I circled back to them to follow up. There's no fees to open an account, there's no minimums. There would be a fee for checks, like you would normally get checks printed. Box of checks would be $26 to $28, but then you would have your own checks to write out. You could get a debit card for no fees, and there'd be no fees for internal transfers. You could also set up bill pay online, which would have no fees, so that's kind of, in essence, doing a check, but that's setting it up on a portal, and then they send out the check to the payer. But I guess what I learned from them was very little to no fees at all. If you have to purchase the checks you buy, I guess that'd be the same as any other checking account that you would have normally, but there's no maintenance fee, there's no any of those type of fees. So I guess if we do need another option that would be friendly for employees, that would be one that's a local bank in our county.
They would only offer say normal savings rate.
Currently, the interest rate for their health savings account is 0.15% interest rate. I think you can take that money and do whatever else you wanted for other investments from that account if you wanted. But yeah, their interest rate for that specific account is relatively minimal to none, but.
What do you mean take the money? I'm just asking politely. I don't think you can take the money out except for.
I think you can invest it, whether that's in the form of a CD or other avenues. I don't know all the mechanics behind it, but I believe there's things you can do with it as long as that's used for health purposes.
So are you saying with that bank you'd have to open an actual account there, not just have an HSA, but you'd have to open an account?
The HSA account would be what you would open. If you had another regular checking or savings account there, you could use that as you normally would, but you don't have to have another account to have the HSA. You could open the HSA on its own.
So the one point you said you wanted them all to go to one institution.
Correct, that's what we had decided, yes.
Well, I would think we need to check in, I don't think you're gonna take money out of this HSA account on your own and invest it in the CD. I think you could at the bank, but not another bank, and I don't think you're gonna be able to go to take money out and invest it yourself in a.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna give anyone financial advice on what to do with their HSA money, but, as far as opening an account and having minimal to no fees.
Right.
That would be an option that people would have.
But the health equity is gonna offer different investment possibilities that all these banks are not gonna offer.
And I
You
don't know,
can't invest money in an HSA, by the way.
You can take it out on your own and,
You can invest it within the HSA.
right,
I can
right.
use it.
But
So
if
I
you,
have an HSA and I can invest
I do too,
in stocks.
right, but through the company that's holding the
Correct.
HSA.
Correct.
And if it's XYZ Bank in Kossuth County, Iowa, and they're not in the position of offering stocks, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Probably not.
Yeah, I agree with you, 100%. We have one and.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the health equity, I did make multiple copies, I can email it to you, but I thought you needed to visually see it. So if I email it, you know, it lists the fees that they're associated with. I mean, we could spend a lot of time talking about that. When we met, it seemed to be a lot, but I think they're offering a different product. We looked at the two banks based on the number of employees who currently use those. There was a lot of scattering throughout, but tried to narrow it down to that, just to go with something. I don't know how much, I don't know what to do for a solid recommendation for moving forward or making a final decision. But it's coming to the point where employees are gonna wanna know that and have an understanding.
I would say a decision needs to be made before the first meeting, which is next Wednesday.
So I'll leave that, you guys can look at it, I'll send it to you too, but I just wanted you to know when it was coming. The fees are in the back 2 pages. I think it's 15 pages.
yeah, I know I'd asked Tammy some questions about that, she rattled off a bunch of fees, so I'd heard some of those previously, but.
Well, there are employer fees and there are employee fees, depending on what you are requesting as far as health equity is. And
Are there both employer and employee fees with banks too?
I'm not sure, I'm
Well,
not.
Yeah.
The impression I got, the banks are saying it's your individual account, you're opening an account and utilizing that as a health savings account. They did not indicate that there would be any other fees.
Yeah, I'm confident with Fidelity, there's not fees for the employer. Is this just 2 copies for all of us to look at,
They're
or
two
is this
separate
different?
things.
They're different things.
Do we wanna make copies of both of them for everybody?
Sure.
We'll be in a position to look at it today anyway.
Yeah, I was just skim it, but.
So with the, looking at the meeting itself, I think some of you referenced, there was maybe this document, Controlling Your Health Costs, that has like a question answer to help employees look at if they're, what they should consider. for coming on to an HSA versus a traditional plan. I think that's something we'd sent to employees, but we'd also ask them at the meeting if they've gone through it. If they've looked at their current Walmart costs so that they can make an informed decision. If they've looked at their EOBs, I think some of that's education on just what your personal situation is. I think you referenced Michelle will be there, and that's kind of why we stagger those times so she can meet with individuals. And then I sent out on Friday a summary of the questions that employees have asked, so I kind of went over that a little bit. It looks like this. Are you seeing anything else, or what are you, this isn't something I've done before, and I know employees have a lot of questions.
These questions and answers are good. Those are good.
Well, if you see something, again, you prepare and then you start to glaze over and.
So you mentioned what happens if somebody incurs a large expense before they have time? Are we gonna make a decision on that today, or are we gonna give guidance on that today, or
What do we have for information?
With health equity, I believe it's an option to get a line of credit you set between $500 and $2,000. The employee then will be paying that back incrementally, but it is a fee of $2.25 per member per month. So per member that's opting into the HSA, there would be the fee that the
whether
employee-
they use it or not?
Yeah.
And that's, who's paying that fee, the employee?
Employer. That would be a product that you're offering.
So you gotta sign up in advance for that option, and you're stuck with the fee no matter what, but doesn't sound like it's something you wanna do. You at 160, is that right? I forget.
Employees?
Yeah, well, souls, or whatever.
Well, but we're talking.
133
Members.
insurance policies.
So.
And how many of them would take the high deductible then?
You'd have a percentage of that 133, then multiply times that.
I hate fees, I know that. That's my personal opinion.
I'd echo that, second that motion.
Did you make a motion?
No.
I'm like, did I miss the motion?
Just wanted to get you caught up.
So
No,
what,
Howard said he hated fees, and I said I'd second that
Oh,
motion.
okay.
Thank you.
It's ran out of paper, so it's trying to catch up.
Oh, I think that's one, so that's there, pass it
No,
down.
it did not. I hate it when it does that.
What was it do?
Yeah.
Whole bunch and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, do we wanna circle back to this at the end of the meeting, or is there anything more to discuss right now?
Donna, you wanna go through those things that you need decisions on again? Well, I know one of them is what to do in a catastrophic situation or whatever.
Yeah.
Vendor.
The
vendor.
Vendor, and if they happen to overspend our flexible savings account and we haven't collected those fees.
Is there anybody that we have now, and I'm not looking for names.
No, what I can see so far, we're okay, but it's hard to predict what hasn't processed yet.
Sure.
But it's something I think we probably should have addressed before, even with this change, just because those situations could occur. If somebody were to, expend it in February and then quit in March.
I think I said before, I know, like the elevator board I was on, it was just plain a risk. If they overspent it, you knew you could get stuck with it. That would be in a case of termination. That was the only risk there, was termination. Here, the risk would be they'd change plans too, right?
That's how I'm interpreting it. And that's kind of why the question exists on that, using it within 60 days. Because also we have to have them have fair warning of if they're going to move or do change in plans, where those fees are. I mean, that would be, I would think it'd be a factor for some, we may not switch because of that.
Did we answer any of your questions?
Really?
No?
Okay.
So suggestions for handling the FSA, the,
I know there's an employee focus to stay with local.
FSA,
Oh, the
The
FSA, I'm sorry, what you
Health
asking?
equity,
what,
the FSA,
The FSA, are you talking about?
what's your recommendation to handle that?
To handle that if we overspent?
And or you're gonna give them, it's a definite, you're gonna give them 60 days to
That's,
empty?
I'm clarifying with cap equity, or health equity, that's what they say, but I don't know how that lines up.
What would they have to do with that?
What would they have to do with that?
Just legality of
Health
it?
equity. Well, if they've paid it out, they probably want the funds.
No, I asked about the 60 days to spend.
Well,
Well, they'll do in their contract, but that's how I'm reading it. When we were on the phone with the individual from health equity, he was gonna refer it to our service, customer service. I've not been able to connect with her, I emailed her. I just want to know that with an assurity that there is that 60-day window. The other thing is, offering a limited flexible savings account for dental and vision. So there was some discussion at that meeting that those funds could be utilized in that way. But I don't have a solid answer. So again, health equity has a significant understanding of things, but it does come with fees.
and before any employee could contribute to an HSA, if they have an FSA, they've got to get that resolved, either a balance of 0 or the limited purpose. There's got to be action there by the employee in order to legally contribute to an HSA.
Okay, so what does that require from us, from a decision? There is none.
And health equity's got to give us guidance, and we just have not received that. Other than the statement, an employee needs to use their FSA funds before they can contribute to an HSA.
If we're looking at health equity for possibility for HSA, would they consider, do they have anything in their wheelhouse that if someone moved to high deductible and they got the HSA, if they would transfer from the FSA to an HSA? Is that even possible?
Question for Kathy.
I can ask that question.
Yep.
So the feeling on the insurance, are we saying that fee cost is not something we want to go with? I mean, is that something we're throwing out of the table? Are we looking at other options?
Well, that's my opinion.
I'm hearing a no so far.
I don't wanna dominate the conversation. That's my opinion.
Well, then would the board like to create their own method or their own solution to help employees who experience a high health cost prior to accumulating a certain point of the deductible?
It's very doable. It eliminates that fee. It could be paid back through payroll deduction. Just save that fee. would be willing to do it.
So you're asking for the county to be in the position of loaning money to employees to cover healthcare costs?
Just trying.
Would you like to provide a solution?
I can understand and appreciate the question, but I think in especially catastrophic situations that may fall into that category, hospitals will typically work with people on payment plans and stuff like that. So I don't know how much of that is something that we can or should be managing.
I think the follow-up question to that answer will be if an employee already has maxed out their credit with a provider and the emergency situation adds more to them and they, I don't know if it happens or not. But that would be the follow-up equation or follow-up question from employees at this informational meeting.
I don't know of any credit limit at a hospital, I guess. I mean, when we get our reports from KRHC, they have accounts receivable over so many days and so many dollars, and they write off bad debt if you get to a certain point, but,
So is the only, like, Howard, you said you kind of didn't want that, is it because of the fees? Is that your
No.
main drawback, or
Yeah, I don't
what
like-
is your drawback?
Yeah, I didn't wanna, so however many people, you gotta, to make an example, say 50 people sign up, so you're gonna pay $100 and $112.50 a month to, as I understood, the $250 per.
And I might have to look at that sheet, I might have misquoted that price, so I thought it was $225.
Yeah, that's, I mean, we'd quickly, I just don't think this is a situation that should come up all that often, and yeah, I'd be more in favor of banking the savings than,
Well, you know, because the true testament is the employees, if they go to this plan, they are truly saving the county money. And they're truly saving the taxpayers' money, with this.
I'm not even sure of that right now, but.
Well, obviously, otherwise, if there was no thought of savings, we wouldn't even be talking about it though. I mean, the reason we talked about this is because of the savings, otherwise, we just wasted a lot of time.
That's not entirely true, I apologize for interrupting you. The health savings account could be generally better for certain people. It's a generally better choice than a traditional plan. It's not the only reason. It's to offer a choice. But yes, I agree, we're hoping it saves money, but we don't know that at this point. By the time we get the rates and by the time we factor in the match and everything, I sure hope there's savings.
so with a worst case scenario, we would be looking at a substantial savings.
Good.
As I was saying before, the topic of the conversation was brought up as a savings to the county. And yes, the health savings account was also brought up as a good reason for some people to go to that plan if they saw it feasible for their family. The point driven behind this whole change was a savings to our fund.
We've had those discussions, but I mean, I don't know if we're answering we need to get to answering your questions and what you're after, but, and it is almost 10 o'clock here, we've got a hearing, but.
Well, I think that, again, keep in mind that the whole purpose of these meetings is to give employees the ability to make an informed decision in the open enrollment. And please understand that we are receiving questions from department heads, questions from employees, and these are legitimate, these are concerns that employees considering to take the high deductible health plan, these are questions that they want answered. And as far as if the board's decision is to not do anything as far as that solution for the high health costs prior to getting a balance in their HSA, that's fine. We just need a decision. And we need to be able to say the board needs to be able to tell the employees, we are not going to take any consideration that way.
And I'm gonna ask a question, but it's kind of a question and a comment. But these questions being answered is gonna make a gap as to whether or not these employees want to sign up for this plan.
It may.
It may for some people.
And
So,
it's also why we would like the Board of Supervisors to be present at these meetings so that the board can answer some of these questions as well.
So I think that's fair of the direction and decision potentially affecting individual choices on what healthcare plan they choose, but I guess quite frankly, the way I look at it, no matter what you spend as an individual on healthcare costs, you would be better off on the high deductible plan option. If you took the cost that the county would charge you for the traditional plan and contributed that same dollar figure to an HSA account, in addition with the money that would be matched from the county, no matter where you land on the spectrum of $0 spent to maxing out the high deductible plan, financially at the end of the year, you will be better off. So, I guess,
and that's not a decision we can make for people. We need to make the decisions on these questions so that the individuals can make their own decisions. That's what we're talking about today. Are we in favor of doing something for internally? Well, that's one of the questions.
So, trying to get an answer, I guess. Is there any type of consensus? That's what I'm
I think we should.
waiting for.
It saves us the fees, we still accomplish the same thing. Hopefully there'll be more of a, if more people sign up for it, there's a bigger savings to our funds.
Well,
I don't know that it's our position to be in that business, I guess. We're offering healthcare options, the employees can make the choice on what fits their needs the best, and I'm not trying to be rude by saying that, I just don't think that's our position, as stewards of taxpayer dollars.
well, we're gonna have to come back to the discussion because it is after 10 o'clock, so. Thank you.
So what's the
We'll
plan?
come back Tuesday for sure,
Yes.
cause some of those same questions are probably, I mean, so that we
Maybe
can.
later today.
Why don't we
So
circle
Don-
back to
Doesn't
it
give you
later
guys
today?
any opportunity to get stuff put together for your meetings on Wednesday if we wait until next Tuesday.
I'll come back,
Okay,
Let's come back today.
thank you.
thank you. Alright, being it is after 10 o'clock, we have a bid consideration for DD 411.
Can we do that and then the appeal notification following it, since it'll be the same landowners?
That's fine,
Effective
that's
at-
fine, since everybody's here. Yeah, I know we have some other landowners who've been waiting for a while too, so, yeah, we'll get through their stuff.
Bids back on that.
Thank you.
These handed out quickly.
Thank you.
So as I'm going here, there was a bid on March 3rd for the DD4 lateral 11 town improvement project. The estimate for that project was not quite $2.5 million, as outlined in the letter here. There were 8 bids opened, as itemized in the tabulation and or on the table attached, and in the tabulation behind the letter. There were 2 alternates for that project. One that was the reinforced concrete pipe option, another was for dual wall black plastic HDPE pipe. The low for the RCP option was Holland Contracting for the amount of $2,448,050.22. The low for the plastic alternate was Reitzel Excavating in the amount of $1,730,588.75. The recommendation then is to go with the low total for whatever alternate is desired by the landowners and the district, and that the trustees feel is in the best interest of the district. I know that I have gotten some input from landowners. They are in favor of alternate 2, the dual wall black plastic. I noticed that there are landowners present here in the room. If anyone would like to speak to that, or if the trustees would like to invite comment on that, I recommend that you do.
I'd echo what Tyler said. The feedback I've received so far has been overwhelmingly leaning towards plastic, so if anyone would like to share their opinion here for the whole board, feel free, but that's what I've heard.
I've also heard that the, plastic is preferred. And when you go with plastic, I know that takes an extra amount of rock. So all of that is encompassed in that
Correct.
bid, right?
Correct.
To hopefully cover everything that's needed in that.
Correct. Just for clarification, there are the 2 types of rock. There is the rock that supports the pipe, that goes around the pipe, its envelope, that is all included and incidental to the work. There would be no increase going with the plastic to include that rock. There has been, and even with this contractor, conversations about how the cleanup of the use of that much rock is done. I believe that has been heard loud and clear. There is a second form of rock, slightly bigger in the case where unfavorable soil conditions are met and excavation lower than that pipe has to be done. That is a bid item as well, and there's a rather conservative value for rock needed on a project similar to this. The only potential change in rock quantity would be in that larger foundation, the trench foundation stone. Yes, that's the only place. More often than not, that value, we see more of that fall away than add more. Conditions have to be pretty significantly wet to use more, and it warrants approval from the engineer to even use any of that quantity. So that's the long answer on the rock question.
That answers my question.
So with the support from landowners for the dual wall plastic, my recommendation then would be to award for the total alternate low on that portion of the, or that alternate for the project, which would be Reitzel's Excavating.
I think something we should discuss is, road crossings, seeing these, prices where they're at. I know we've historically always done road crossings in concrete, but I know Minnesota has done road crossings with plastic in our conversations with them about $129. It looks like a noticeable cost savings if you were to do the comparison, I guess. I don't know, Doug or the rest of the board, if you wanna talk about that, but, just comparing the prices side by side, there is a noticeable price difference.
I think the road crossings were only bid one way. weren't they?
Correct, yeah,
There would not be any kind of anything to compare.
I think,
So where are you finding that, Kyle?
I think what Kyle's attempting to do, and there would be, you're right, Doug, there's not a direct comparison. Because the fill heights on plastic would be different, the bedding would be different. If that difference would make up the full difference in pipe price, or installation price, I think is more warranted the question. What I'll say is the project was bid and had only the options for those divisions per the current Kossuth County secondary roads, road crossing installation requirements, which is concrete pipe tied right away to right away, and even extending outside of that. So, as far as where it goes from there, I leave that up to the board and your county engineer for what those.
Well, and I think this is the time to maybe talk about it, because like the last major project we did of this nature, the difference in bids between concrete and plastic was in the 10% ballpark, now we're in the 50% ballpark, so.
And I would not, I think it's a worthwhile thing to talk about. I don't think it's something that for this, that you consider. For this bid, this project, if it's a discussion you wanna have moving forward, I think that there's maybe validity to that, but as far as the bids as they are right now, the plans as they are right now, I would not entertain changing that.
And I can understand that, I just, looking at the, numbers that we did receive, I think it's a
Right.
viable conversation.
Understood on that.
That's on top of this project.
Yeah, so where, like, what is the status of that?
Those, I have received the final plans and specifications for that portion of the project. They have asked that I bring those before, and I need to get on the schedule for next week for filing and setting bid dates for that portion of the project. Those have all been, I got them last Friday. Didn't have time to get them on for
Okay.
for this meeting. But those have been finalized, secured, will be before the board next week to set a date and time for. Yes, yep, later this year, which we're still on track for meeting. It's good we've got those can be set for, then following the notification requirements, I think that those bids could be opened as quickly as 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now.
Tyler,
Yes.
with that deadline on that one that has not gone out for bids yet, is there any deadline on this project that I've kind of been told has to happen before that other one can happen? Do you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, and there would be, to be able to get, it would be early fall that this one would need to be done by the time that one.
And what happens if we run into that this isn't done and then that one happened before this one? Because that one's the only one that has an actual deadline tied to it.
It could, so long as there's coordination on everyone's elevations. That's the biggest thing, is coordinating and making sure that everything is, it is tougher, it's harder to build these in stages. Coordination is going to be key and was always going to be key between these two projects. But as far as a hard requirement that one goes before the other, no.
Well, it'd get extremely expensive for the district if we lose out on that grant.
Yes, and there is not yet a threat of that happening. That money has been secured. That money is sitting, it's not even money that will get paid to the SLU to pay to the district. It's money that will get paid, the SLU has coordinated and given the state, the county, and my contact information to facilitate the payment of that grant money to the district. So it's not even that the SLU's gonna act as a pass-through.
So you don't, I mean, you think it all should.
I think everything is, we are still on track.
We need to be, okay.
We're, yep.
So we need a motion to.
There would be,
accept-
need to be a motion for the consideration award as the trustees see fit.
Okay,
Yep, I would make a motion to recommend the low bid on alternate 2 to Reitzel's. Is there any other language?
Just
Move
to
forward
the
with
amount.
the contract?
I think just,
Yeah, we can include the amount in the
Yep.
motion. That would be $1,730,588.75.
okay. Got that, Tammy?
Yeah.
Okay,
I can
anybody a
second.
second, okay, second by Haas. Any discussion on that motion?
I know you're asking us, but I'd like you to
Well,
ask them
yeah.
one more time, loud and hard. Anybody have any other opinions or thoughts?
That's what we want.
I know that's what you want.
I'll add that there was a very similar project to this, DD 60. Same engineer, same pipe manufacturer, ADS, the plastic pipe, and the same contractor, same install. They videoed it, it looked great, so. Good for the landowners to know, if they weren't already aware.
yeah, this is not the first of its kind any longer.
Right. Okay,
I have none.
well, if no further discussion or comments from anyone, then all in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. So, we will
Okay,
communicate with
perfect.
Reitzel's.
Yes, I will get working on the contracts and notifications of that.
All right.
Not sure what
Thanks,
you're
Trevor.
moving to next, I got a box of stuff, so just,
Yeah.
I can hold tight, I can.
Well, what'd you say?
I think
Kyle?
there's other people here for things, so if
So
you wanna
we-
get to them, I
While
can.
we're on DD 4-11, we'll go and do the appeal notification.
So
For DD4,
this,
yeah.
yeah, so this originally was on the agenda for discussing what we were going to do as far as notification to landowners about the lawsuit we had from Joe Goshi and his companies and representatives. This was about a 36-inch tile that was listed on the map that there's no physical evidence of being in the ground. We received the judge's decision here, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, a month ago, whatever it's been, and needed to discuss what we were going to do for communication. I believe we should send the full copy of the judge's decision out to every landowner in the district. But then on top of that, since I'm signed up for EDMS through the court system, I got the email of the appeal being filed by Joe, so that case is going to be appealed to the Supreme Court. So I think we should include that documentation in the same letter that would be going out. So I guess in the name of keeping the district informed of what's going on, I think that's the relevant information at hand.
Are there thoughts from landowners as to what the appropriate, if you have any?
I mean, is there anything that, if he's filing it, is there anything, or do you just have to go through the motions?
Basically, the way I see it is you either defend it like we previously have, or you don't defend it and let the judge rule on whatever information's already been provided, I guess, but, I would see that as very dangerous.
Who's bearing the expenses of any and all of this? Does it come back on the landowners for everything?
The plaintiff side would be paid by them personally, the defendant side, which would be DD 4 Lat 11, is being charged to the district. So attorney fees, expert witness fees, all the expenses that we would be incurring as trustees for the district are being passed on to landowners of the district. Which is not fun or enjoyable to say, but that's the reality of the cards we have to play.
You know, when we were gonna fill that ditch in, I talked to all landowners personally, including Joe, and none of them were against it. And I don't know how much more can be proven when there's been 20+ holes dug. It's been hammered. I don't know how there's gonna be more spent on the lawyers than what it cost us to fill the ditch in.
And probably more than what physical exploration in the field and televising has cost and all that, so. But I guess, as I said on the stand for the court case, and as I've said inside and outside this boardroom, I feel confident in the amount and way that we have done exploration from the county's perspective to see if this tile was there. One of the people that was digging holes is even sitting in the boardroom today, but I feel confident that we've more than done our due diligence, and beyond that, I don't know what else to say. We can't stop a lawsuit just because we don't want to see it come in. That's beyond our control.
Is appeal to the Supreme Court the last option that you would have?
I believe so. I don't know if they are obligated to take it up or if they have the decision to accept or reject it. I don't know the hard mechanics of how that works. I do know another case we had with the same individual, we defended all the way to the Supreme Court successfully, but I don't know how the Supreme Court practices and handles themselves, so not an expert by any means in that field. But I guess for the purposes of today's discussion, I think it's good for you guys here in the room to hear it, but I think everybody as owners in the district should get formal notice and information. I guess that's the purpose of the agenda item here today, to decide what or if we share with landowners.
What all is included in this lawsuit?
This lawsuit is a claim of a 36-inch tile for 700 feet that on the map shows it's there, but in physical exploration, including digging and televising, there's been no proof of that found. So I guess that's what that lawsuit contains. There's multiple other lawsuits, but this lawsuit in particular is specifically about 36-inch tile for 700 feet. Primarily in the middle of Jay and Ryan's farm ground.
And Jay, you stated that you talked to all the landowners. I talked to landowners that involved there. Antone, Steve Minkey, Jeff Daytree, and Joe. That's the only water that ran into where this tile was put in. You were talking about filling the dredge. Yeah, I don't know. We're talking about the relief tile now.
Yeah, he's claiming that that tile is no longer visible or functional because the ditch was filled in.
The tile that affects you dumps in the ditch farther down.
Yeah, the main Lat 11, which we just accepted a contract on, is down into Antone's.
The question is if this relief tile was possibly there at one time, it shows on the county map.
we had a thorough explanation of the facts of the situation when we were in court. I'd be happy to reference you to the judge's decision, which lays out all of those details in a summary of the relevant and important pieces, but, I guess without spending 6 hours to rehash testimony that was held upstairs above us here, I think the judge's decision captures the essence of the testimony very well.
I sat in on part of that, and what amounted to was engineers and individuals stating that they looked and there was some indication that there could have possibly been a tile there at one time.
You were only in on part of it, and
That's right, I was only there for part of it.
yeah,
This stuff all gets drug out and we had a meeting and talked about this tile. I feel it very possibly was there. And I guess to solve this, all the board needs to do is decide to get an impartial party that's not involved already and go out there and dig along the county main and once, which could have been done a long time ago and solved all of this. We could absolutely prove that it wasn't there, but have an impartial party do it.
well,
Third party that cambered it would be enough for you? How are you gonna cover up the 36 inch? I saw camera video that showed the tile coming in there that was plugged. I know where there's one plug, that's why we had to put our own main in. All I'm saying is, it wouldn't cost that much to have a backhoe come out and dig along the main for 200 feet and prove that it's not there, dig along the main instead of right along the dredge.
so both have been done in parts, like, yeah, we could.
What do you want, or what are we wanting to accomplish here?
The purpose of the agenda item was what notification are we gonna send out to the district for communication? I guess
Okay,
they're the ones on the hook for the bill, it's not any of the 5 of us sitting here making the decision. So I think they should have the information of the judge's decision and the appeal that's going to potentially take it to the Supreme Court pending whatever their process is. But I guess for the sake of streamlining the discussion, I'll make a motion that we send a copy of the judge's decision in this lawsuit and the appeal notification to all affected landowners in DD4 Lot 11.
okay, we have a motion by Stecker to send whatever Tammy words here. Then we'll repeat it back.
If I missed anything else that you have in your notes, holler, but I tried to encompass the general concept.
Okay. Motion by, do you want a second before, okay. Motion by Stecker to send notification to landowners regarding the lawsuit on DD4 Lot 11. Including a full copy of the judge's decision.
And the appeal notification.
I got it. Judge's decision and appeal notification filed. Appeal to Supreme Court notification filed. Appeal to Supreme Court. I don't think I need notification. Appeal to Supreme Court filed. Okay, send notification to landowners regarding lawsuit on DD4 Lot 11, including full copy of judge's decision and the appeal to the Supreme Court filed by Joe Goshi. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's his company, but
Global assets or whatever, or enterprise.
I don't remember which one's on here, I've looked at it too many
Okay.
times.
Okay,
Okay,
Unfortunately, we didn't say
Yeah,
by plaintiff,
yeah.
by plaintiff.
We
Listed in
can-
the documents.
We can reference the case number for the minutes if you want, I just don't have it in front of me right now, but
Okay,
we can find that.
okay.
well, if we understand the motion, does somebody wanna second that?
I'll second.
Second by Wactor. Any further discussion or questions on the motion?
Just a question, how many landowners would we be sending to roughly?
That was my question, what's it cost to send that out to the
Yeah,
district?
the landowners have to pay that as well.
Well, that's true, not all of them are here though, I don't know, Tyler, do you know how many, there's a couple thousand acres in this line,
Couple dozen maybe? That'd be on the high end.
probably, yeah,
That's fine,
so,
okay,
cost of an envelope and stamps and
right,
pages of paper.
Where I'd say 20 landowners is or 20 distinct landowners.
sure.
So the agenda item is strictly this appeal notification, we're not talking about other alternatives or anything, we're just notifying them of the appeal and whether we wanna do it or not.
Correct.
Well, yeah, it's not whether we wanna do the appeal, that
No, whether we wanna send a notification or not.
notification, yep.
Okay, anything else for discussion? Everyone understand it? If not, all in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, well, we are done with DD 4-11 for today.
Yep, thank y'all for
Yep,
coming
thanks
down
for being here, so.
both items.
Okay, we're gonna go on to drainage petition. I know you guys are having fun sitting here through the meeting, but, yeah, drainage petition for MJF Trust to use an outlet in DD 116. So if either of you would like to speak to it, you can come up to the podium, or I don't know, Tyler, are you here for this too, or?
I can,
I didn't know who was.
if allowed to speak, I can, if you'd like me to speak to it.
They allow it.
So, I have been tangentially involved in this, trying to assist kind of both sides to reach an amicable solution. The fairs have a pond that they have tiled their ground to. I think the intent is a water reuse potentially on that pond, but primarily it's the storage of their private tiling waters in that pond. They had historically been using a mutual system for their tiling that did not outlet into DD 116. There was some heartburn about the pond and its outlet, the capacities, using that mutual system, and trying to work through a solution with those through that mutual drain was proving difficult. My recommendation was if they looked to see about potential district inclusion, and it was found that the parcel in question is on Drainage District 116's assessment schedule. Therefore, in my opinion, without question, they are due an outlet. They're paying for an outlet on the district. They are due one. My recommendation for them for filing the petition that they did was that I knew in discussions that there had been some controversy as far as surface water being artificially drained into the district. There was some history there with that parcel, so I wanted to, for the sake of clarity, and through the process, I recommended that they file their petition. Additionally, there's, with this parcel being one that is on the potential edge of the district, possibly not having the full thing naturally in the district, because there would be a question of how much ground could be brought into the district, I felt it was appropriate for the trustees to at least be aware of this. Now, with the inclusion of the farm pond, the question of the area that's in or out is no longer something, all of that ground has been tiled to the pond that they have. So it's not a question of area anymore, so much as it, in my mind, is a question of allowable capacity for that outlet into the district. For all those reasons, I had recommended that they file the petition for consideration from the trustees. Were it asked of me, my opinion, again, I do truly believe they are due an outlet. There's, with them being included on the assessment schedule, they should either be allowed an outlet or be taken off of the schedule. As far as the amount of the outlet that they are entitled to, that to me is a different question. There lies the bit of gray. So that's the situation as I see it. Did I miss anything there,
Yeah.
guys?
And we're definitely willing to, you know, take a
And I don't think,
small outlet, cause we already have the pond in fact, so it's.
I was gonna say, you're not petitioning for any sort of district facility or anything like that. It's just the right to your outlet, so.
Okay, so what the board needs to decide is then whether to send this petition to
Or,
an
or,
engineer
or make a decision on what the,
or not to include in the rolls, or.
Right.
Yeah,
right, or what level of drainage allowance, essentially the
Right.
capacity that should be.
right,
My recommendation would be to rule on that, and however you come to that, whether it gets sent to someone to do that calculation, or you come up with that number yourselves, however
so
that.
we don't know how many acres are currently paying to
We
the
do-
district, we just know some acres,
Correct,
not sure if it's the
They're on
whole
the sched-
parcel or a small portion, okay.
correct. The current schedule does not outline how many acres, it only calls out the accessible units.
Okay.
Have you ran LiDAR on this at all, or did you even look at it?
Briefly, I haven't processed anything. I know that there is some that would drain in. It's a bit of an interesting situation because the LiDAR that exists does not go back far enough before a time when surface drainage was changed to bring water into the district that wouldn't have otherwise done that. There was some surface plowing that brought water in. So if you were
By
to.
previous landowner.
Correct.
Yeah.
Were you to look at it now, a lot of that surface water would make it into the district. That's where I bring up that there was some documentation. Carter and I spoke briefly on this, just that there is some historical documents about, I think, potentially a knock it off letter, right? That essentially said.
From the board,
Yeah,
at what time period?
Do you?
I wanna say that, was that in the 90s?
05 maybe?
Oh, 05?
But during that there wasn't any discussion about whether the ground was in DD 116. I think it was just assumed that it
I think
wasn't.
Henry was just plowing his own
Right.
ditch.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. And when we looked into it, we found that we were on the assessment schedule, like
right,
Titus said.
right.
So
As far as LiDAR, it's kind of a whole, like, you could kind of argue it could go almost any way, north, east, south, west. I mean, it's pretty flat. And it's a bit of a hole, and
it's a hole on top of a hill, and however it would break and go, but to your question, I don't think it's as simple as just looking at the LiDAR data and saying all or nothing.
If there's been
And-
noticeable or significant changes in topography since the last assessment, or since the last schedule was created, that would definitely impact it.
There's also something to be said that the facility that they're petitioning to go to would already have its own set capacity. And at a certain point, it doesn't really matter what size they bring to that facility, because that facility is really only going to be able to take water at a certain rate away. My concern at that point would be that the pond does have an elevation advantage and could be sending pressurized. It wouldn't necessarily be something that a gravity system would like to take a really big line to that. That is then really the calculated concern of what capacity. Because I wouldn't wanna just say drain with impunity to it a pressurized line.
And we're not asking for that either, I mean, we're a relatively small outlet.
Do you have a number in mind of what you're thinking for a size?
I think we put 6 on the motion, or the
Petition.
If we brought a 6 inch, you know, if you were gonna do it in pattern tile, you'd probably want a 10 inch to drain 65 acres, but 6 inches probably plenty good enough. And to be honest, we're farming, we go south of the highway into DD6, there's a, you know, a main going east and west to our, and we're farming that already, and we've talked to you know, that they'd be willing to do that. I think it's already pattern tile with 120 foot centers, so by staking up a 6 between the 123rd, getting some benefit too, and sort of. So, but yeah, we don't wanna overload it or whatever, but I mean, I think that's why we have that pond, it's sort of a control structure, you know, when it's dry, we can drain it, if it's wet, it's, you know, let it off, so.
Oh, I see, I didn't even see the dotted line here on the map, okay.
What is the dotted line?
That's what,
That's their
on the
proposing?
petition, yeah, what would be proposed.
I'm gonna sound stupid and try to summarize. Somewhere, so the north side of the road is not where Henry Stockenberg's land is, right? Is that correct?
It was Henry's,
It was.
or it was Clara's, his sister owned it, but yeah,
North of the blacktop.
north of the blacktop, yeah.
I gotta catch up again. So we're talking about section what?
Section 1.
Should be
Be up
right
here.
here, this
Yeah.
parcel here, yeah.
So, and you know that they are paying an assessment to the district, but you don't know how large of an assessment. And you know that somewhere along the line, somebody altered the surface drainage, and they shouldn't have.
Before our time, yeah.
And
And the district, even the old district boundary doesn't offer any help because it doesn't show what was considered in when you look at the old.
so how much is the assessment? Based on acres?
It's relatively small because it's an edge parcel and it's far away from the facilities. What that exact number is, I don't have up in the top of my head, but they are on the schedule.
And the tile that's gonna be put in is just a relief at, the water's gotta get so deep, and the tile coming into the pond are obviously higher than the tile, whatever I said, I apologize, I'll start over. The tile coming into the pond have obviously gotta be higher than what this outlet tile's gonna be.
There's a pump, it pumps it into the pond.
Okay.
So this would be pulling out of the pond?
Right,
and
we just pull out of the
Just
pond.
taking it.
All of the private goes to the pond.
Wasn't obvious, thank you for the pump. I hadn't heard the pump story yet.
Yeah, so that's how we did it.
That's how you fill the
Just
pond.
we pattern tiled it to a sump,
Sump.
which pumps it up into the pond.
Right.
I'm thinking that we would just you know, we hooked it up to a 6-inch clay that was half full of mud. I mean, there was actually 2 6s and 2 5s coming in from the east, but we eliminated it and just put it into 1 6, and we were just draining through there, but yeah, the neighbors, they.
That tile is pretty bad shape that we're draining into. The whole main, that whole system is
Yeah.
Even east of the Laverne Road,
Correct.
the whole way is bad, yeah.
half full of
Yeah.
dirt, it's pretty bad shape.
The pond is, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the pond is 15 feet from surface level deep. It's another 14 feet. The berms are another
13 foot above ground level.
13 feet above, okay.
And I'm not sure it's relevant to the discussion, but I'll ask anyway. Is the pond affecting the neighboring landowners now? Is there any bleeding out of the pond now?
We don't believe so.
How do they feel?
Well, they did feel it was leaking, and it might, we found, so we cut a couple tiles that actually really still go into,
That system.
right? And so I think is what we found out, it was probably leaking when we get toward full, it would maybe find a route to do that. We should have crushed that tile maybe, but at the same time, it was an outlet for us too, so it's not like it was, but yeah, so we put.
That goes east.
So so we put bentonite in that, dug it up, put bentonite in there to stop it, so I'm quite sure. And then we spread bentonite on the berm around it, 20 foot, you know, so we're hoping that we got 100% seal. And that was all below the dam, right? I mean, it's not like the dam's in any structure, the pond's in it.
So the whole 80 or whatever it is going to this sump now?
Yeah.
Just to put it on the record or whatever, is the, in a less extreme norm, yeah, never mind, I won't ask it, it's kind of stupid.
In a normal year.
Well, yeah, in a normal year, is the surface alteration having an effect at all?
You know, the first 2 years, the landlords that are sort of giving us issue now didn't even know that we were draining like that. I mean, and they never filled our pond up even on a normal year. But this past year, which was, I think, the
Past 2 years.
highest Kossuth County July average, I won't get 22 inches, I think in July, it's just, it's too much.
Is there any precedence anywhere?
These type of systems are relatively new.
Yeah.
And how they interact with districts is certainly rather new. We're certainly typically much more accustomed to the comparison of area into districts and what a gravity-fed system is allowed. The interesting thing here is how do you compare those two into one allowable capacity? That to me is the new part of this.
So, I got another question maybe. How do we know which direction of the property would be paying for this classification that they're being built off of now? Like, would it be coming from the west, or would it be coming from the south and coming up? Because there's potentially two different routes.
There are two different routes to it. I don't believe that the district has separate schedules. That is another valid, in my mind, as far as that's concerned, it would be, I was gonna say, you would be looking at you would outlet the most economically, essentially the shortest route to your best outlet. But that is a fair point too. You're on the schedule, you're benefiting, but what is the intent of that schedule? What facility should it be, because there's a facility to the
Well, there'd be.
West.
There'd be different effects.
and there is a
depending on
facility to the
construction.
south.
Yep.
South is the closer of those facilities, I thought.
Or is it thought a little bit too,
Talk about that
but
10
can I
inch that
just,
comes up
since
from
we're farming it and we can manage it.
Yeah.
We're not trying to hurt anyone else's, or,
Yes,
you know.
there's just one.
There's just one schedule for 116.
I mean,
So it hasn't been reclassified, basically.
Correct, and then to Kyle's point, it would be very difficult. I think you would have to make an attempt to go back and find some sort of historical topographic map.
well, just by my eyes, it looked like it was farther to go south than going west. And when I pull up field maps and measure it from the southwest corner of the pond to what our map shows as the blue lines, granted they can vary a little bit, any direction, but what I'm seeing is about 1,400 feet going west, and going south, it would be more in the ballpark of 2,000.
Okay.
So,
Another thing is, with the elevations, you know, going
Yeah.
west is gonna be pretty flat and actually probably dropping off. Whereas if you go south, it drops off a little
Okay.
bit more and you can
Yeah.
get into the, you can drain,
7 foot,
gravity,
10 foot.
gravity drain into the main, yeah.
okay,
I don't know if there would be depth to go west, I don't know. I'm not sure if there would be to go
Okay.
west, but I know there is south.
And a lot of this is just questions that I've never gotten into. I've just, for the sake of helping out, looked and done some calculations as far as east and the mutual system there, and some comparisons of gravity flow to the pressurized flow. But as far as what facility within you are afforded an outlet, but the answer of what outlet, I never got into that.
so when you would calculate what capacities would look like under pressure versus gravity fed, how do we factor that into what outlet gets afforded?
That's a good question. I think on that, you look at, or you could potentially start looking at what the capacities of those systems are right now. I think there's probably, again, a need, if you really wanted to get into it, of what direction that ground would have historically drained, where it would have gotten, and essentially the question is figuring out, why is it on the schedule to begin with?
Right.
Is the answer to that question.
And to what extent?
Right, yes. Why is it on the schedule as far as facility, and what extent is it on the schedule for that facility?
There is a massive culvert going underneath the blacktop right across from our pond. Like, you know.
Going south.
Going south, okay. And that would,
I mean, it's at least 24, maybe 30 inches, I don't know. There's a big culvert.
and things like that would play into what that answer is.
Which would, yeah, and that would only handle surface water, but, it's good to know.
I think the big question is the easy one to answer. It's in all the devil's in the details, always, on that. Yes, they're on the schedule, so they're afforded an outlet.
But then also to that effect, whatever we do here, do we need to have notice to all the landowners in the district and have a public hearing? I know there was a petition form filled out, but what process do we even need to follow? I don't know that we can just do something today without communication.
I think about the only thing you could do is, well, you're not asking the district for any money. And you're not annexing anyone, and you're not seeking yet, and you're not seeking a reclassification. And as far as what you would annex, I think you could, it would be easier to clarify areas and alter assessment schedules. I have always been advised that if a parcel is in, it's in, and there's not really a room for annexation. That doesn't mean that you can necessarily just drain all of it just because a parcel's in. There's room for your alteration of your assessments, and we've seen that happen before, and I think we've gone through the annexation process as a courtesy and for clarification. All of the ground is tiled to the pond, so it's kind of an all or nothing, which is why it's not necessarily we're saying how many acres you can have. It's what is the corresponding outlet size that provides you the outlet that would have drained the area the district would have let you have.
But if this is hooked into the pond, does it bring the whole property into?
It does. That's what I'm saying, is that everything's in, so it's not an area question, it's a allowable outlet capacity question.
So do you leave the schedule the way it is, or do you modify it to encompass the whole property, because the whole property would have the potential to drain there?
Well, unless you were going, I think it depends on how closely you marry what their area should have been to what their outlet is now, whether you make an alteration to the schedule. None of the schedule shows anyone's acres. So as far as saying or making a change to that, I think you'd have to first find those acres. I am without running all the numbers of it, I would think it would be easier to calculate an outlet size to match what they're being assessed than it would be to alter the assessment schedule. Use one to set the other, not the other way around.
Sounds fair.
You're draining the whole, I know it's, in the plat book I'm looking at, and then on the screen I'm looking at, it shows that on the north side of the road, are you just the whole 160 acres goes to the pond, or just the 60? 63, okay. And what would happen then if we okay all this, at whatever level, and then you end up with 100 acres that you don't have now? Are you gonna tile that into the pond?
No,
Because
it's already patterned, I mean, it's not designed for that.
the ground to the west?
The ground for the west is not designed to come in there either. I mean, it would have to, you know. I'm guessing that if we got to the ground to the west, you could go west into DD 16, whichever way that is. So
That kinda has that outlet coming up from the west.
I see that, yeah,
Yeah.
But there's a tile that came from the west, like on our fence line. We thought about trying to drain some straight there, but it stops, so it's like, well, we didn't wanna. The neighbor to the west is sort of, they put little white stakes we just decided not to go that way. We'd seen precision planning, I went out to Pontiac, Illinois, I don't know, they have this system, and I sort of designed it over that. They had a field that they did their research plot. And it allowed, as long as you can drain it slowly, it gives you, your drainage still. So whether you give us a 4-inch or 5-inch or 6-inch, you know, we're not asking for a 10-inch outlet into this, you know, because we know it doesn't probably all would have went there, so, I think that's what Tyler's getting at, if you got a 5-inch or whatever, you know.
I kinda hate to say this out loud. Does man, I hate this. Is the drainage lawyer gonna have an answer to this? I hate to ask,
Before we, well, I don't know about going to DD16, I just, you know, when I did this, I did talk to Jim Hudson, before I even did the pond, I didn't wanna have any issues, but basically, you know, the neighbors to the east, they're just, unrealistic, they wanna unhook the tile from us, I mean, it's like, it's just hard to work with them, period, I mean, and obviously, they can't do that by law, but if you got a lot of money, which they are, and if there's 7 kids, and they wanna take you to court, it's like, we just soon be peaceful and just go somewhere else if we can, and I didn't know it was possible when we started looking into it, we're paying assessment, it's like, okay, we either have a right, or Tyler said we have a right for an outlet, otherwise we should be off the assessment, you know.
So in your layman's opinion, you're paying an assessment on that parcel. The tiles that went east eventually got to 116 or
Well,
not?
that's not even in the.
There, that's all
Right.
private,
That
and
must
ends
have
up
been-
in Prairie Creek,
That must have
eventually
been
a mile and a
before
half
water
over.
districts were even,
So,
I think-
so where were those where was this ground drained before?
it was going east
Prairie Creek.
through this, I mean, it's not.
Right now it currently is, right?
And they don't have any,
Yeah.
Okay.
none of those neighbors get along, they don't wanna fix the problem, they don't wanna, it's a.
That tile's been an issue for decades.
Huh?
Yeah, so the tile's been an issue for decades.
Yeah, and it's well over 130 years old, I mean, it's old.
Like a lot of the ones we're doing improvement.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it needs a district tile coming east too, but, yeah. And it does drain water, I mean, like I say, we drain water when it's through the winter, I mean, that was our thing, if, you know, if we could hold the water through the growing season, maybe even irrigate back out on our ground, we got dry, but, you know, when it's wet like that.
And I'd be more than happy to share what calculations I've done as far as a comparison between gravity systems and a pressurized system for that.
Would that be non-perf going in, or what would,
It would be my recommendation, yeah.
okay. Just so that it was just transporting.
Just transported and so that it didn't give any option to essentially bleed out.
Yeah, cause I could see that, especially if it was pressurized.
Bled out, used to be bleeding out onto their own ground they're farming, right?
Yeah, and that's why I said, we don't want.
If you went south.
Yeah. Well, I can see the problem going west, the neighbor's not gonna want that either, at all, right?
Yeah.
Going south just alleviates the problem of dealing with anybody else.
Doug, you had a question?
If you go south, you're gonna go across the county road.
Yeah.
Now, are you talking, to the southwest, there, I believe it was a 10-inch tile that goes up into section 1.
That's what it shows on the map, you're right.
Does that
Section one.
exist?
Yep, right here.
We're not, I mean, I'm assuming it does, we don't know, that's what we're saying, it might be hard to get to that.
So you're talking
because of
about this one.
elevations.
Right
And,
here.
Yep.
you know,
Okay.
we would probably want, we're not
Well-
sure if the landowner would.
The drain, I guess part of the code, and Tyler and Howard brought it up. But it's in the course of natural drainage, and you start adding energy to water to produce a head, that's no longer natural drainage, I don't believe. I think you're gonna have a.
And that is a very good point. That's essentially the argument that's being made to the east, is that the system, the historic easement of it was never included a pond, never included that mechanical advantage of the pump. And the heartburn of going east had become that what was once 4 lines that were draining into that mutual system had been condensed down into 1, but the size of that system hadn't been reduced to account for that difference. Essentially, that capacity question hadn't been
So
raised.
if they go south, right from the pond, through the road, is the proposal to go all the way to the drainage ditch?
No,
No.
just
It's 8A or 8B.
roughly a quarter mile to the south, there's a county.
Okay, but
About
If
2,000
you-
feet,
if you have, and I'm probably exaggerating, but to make my point, if you have water in a pond this high, and it's going to a tile here, and there is that much head in it, and I heard in the teens, at least for
13 feet above the
Yeah.
surface.
for head, you're going to affect whether that water, there's gonna be an equalization some way. It's gotta happen. Would you agree with that, Tyler?
I do, and that's why,
So you're talking,
Pressure-wise, yep.
you're talking affecting tile. Not only, when it gets to the main, it's gonna go backward to reach that same head.
it's a pretty significant step down when I was looking at it as far as the equivalent size pipe that a gravity-fed 6 or 8 could take compared to something that had 14 foot of head on top of it.
Well, I mean, I'll just. So,
And that's
Based
a
on
fair
our map,
question
it
too,
was-
of the natural course of water, which is kind of what we were getting into of what is that on this
well,
anymore.
with our maps, what they're proposing going to looks like a 16, right?
Yeah.
It's a 16.
Correct.
So, I mean, I don't know if you have the calculations anywhere in your head at all, but like if a 6-inch that was pressurized with 13 feet of head on top of it, could that be similar to the capacity of a 16-inch gravity-fed system? I mean, is that tile going to fill up the other one on its own?
The only numbers I can pull for you right now is when I was looking at this for the purpose of going east, with that much head, we were looking at an orifice for an outlet. Orifice and the pipe calc is slightly different, but a 2-inch orifice with that much pressure was providing I think an 8-inch line at a 1/10 could carry under gravity.
So 2 inches of a hole was equal to an 8 of gravity, roughly?
At a 10th.
At a 10th
Correct.
grade. I'm not the calculator on that, but I would say a 6-inch line going into a 16 would be wildly oversized then.
It's probably a 6 is probably even yet too big in the worst case scenario, which I think you have to consider at pond full.
Yeah.
It's a
And the
very
time when the
big
pond is-
mechanical advantage to have that much.
But also the time when the pond is full and needing to get rid of it with that much head pressure is gonna be the same time everybody else's ground is saturated by a ton of rainfall. Most likely, so they're already gonna be dealing with wet conditions.
There is something to be said about, now you're starting to look on rains, because the pond does act as essentially as a bank for all of that water, until it can't. It has quite a bit of capacity, not an infinite amount of capacity, but it does have the ability to hold those initial rains when everything else doesn't and it's draining. Now, when you start getting into what we saw, especially 2 years ago, rains on rains, is when you don't anymore.
When you lose control.
Right.
And that's why we're here.
Correct.
That's what makes it a complicated discussion.
Yeah.
Hence the petition and the, yeah,
Yeah.
and where you go from here.
I mean, I'd really like to know what even acres are you, I know it's kind of an all or nothing, but what was included in the assessment rolls in the past,
Can we,
I don't know.
can we compare to the neighboring parcels and say that, okay, we know this parcel is entirely in the district and it's paying this much for this size of a bill, I mean, even just.
That I
trying to
think
get a
would be,
prorated then?
that would be a good initial approach, I think, of
It's
looking
not
at
gonna be
things.
exact, but it
It's
might
not
be
exact
correct.
because it's all based off of benefits, even on an old schedule, it would have been based on benefits.
Yeah.
But it is, that I think is better than nothing. There are topographic maps from the 80s that exist, still in history, so those could potentially be consulted as well. Just kind of spitballing ideas of where I'd go to look into it.
Initial gut reaction of mine would be, I think both of those things should be done before we make any decision. I think it's hard to say without knowing a lot of these details, but if 1 acre or 5 acres was supposed to be included and it was just on the edge, your potential capacity that you would get from something like that would be significantly different than 20 or 30 acres or whatever, so
That's what I was getting at.
yeah, I think having some context to that would be valuable.
Just two for my 2 cents, as far as there has been a petition on it. Were you to act on anything like that, it'd be my recommendation that it be treated very similar to the requested annexations, wherein that the district will field it, but the district shouldn't be responsible for the costs associated with that, if it goes any further than that. I think that should be treated as the petitioner's responsibility, similar to the voluntary annexations. Voluntary is the word I couldn't get.
Well, and tied in with that, I guess my partial or initial gut reaction is that a annexation or reclassification might be beneficial in this situation if there was any significant water flow from the pond, because of the fact that it's encompassing the entire property for the water that it receives.
I don't completely disagree with that. I maybe wouldn't go so far as to say a full reclassification, but a reassessment at least of that parcel
Something to that effect.
of its benefit. Depending on what ends up, of course, being found.
I guess, with you guys being here, is that something you're willing to do as far as engineering expenses? I guess, my opinion is I don't think we can act on anything without more information, so that's just my opinion. I don't know if anyone else shares that, but I think if we're all on the same page on that, we would need some or substantial input from you guys as far as your willingness to proceed, because
You're saying have them, Tyler, just do some
calculations and more research and all that sort of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, if that's what it takes to have you guys comfortable vote on it, that's probably something we should, you know.
I got a couple more questions.
Fire away.
Yeah, it's a blacktop, so I'm assuming you'd have to bore under the road, and you anticipated that.
12 inch.
Huh?
I think it needs to be a 12-inch minimum, I think is what I understand, but you.
No, depending on a boring, it's different than an open excavation.
Okay.
We do a minimum of 12 inch on open excavations, because it's one of the smallest concrete structures, but there's always an opportunity that more tiling upstream may happen, gives an opportunity, or if there's an improvement, at least
Safeguards against the future.
try to.
Right, so you're saying, and I don't wanna get into that far into the weeds, but you're saying there might not be a minimum to a boring.
Correct.
So, taking all the drainage out of it, drainage law out of it, and going back to what your opinion's gonna be as the county engineer and the roadway is concerned, and are you gonna object to it in any way, shape, or form with this 14 foot or 13 foot or whatever it is, pressure going, are you gonna object to it?
No,
Okay.
I would make the board aware, I think you got to figure out where the drainage, if that area has the right to drain it. I think that's a big question in this. And then the other one is there if it is not part of the drain, is there an adverse impact on the drainage district if that area is allowed to be drained into it?
Yep.
I think those are the two questions that need to be answered.
And the third one might be, how much did the sump allow to go that way
That may or may not, yes.
and then are you gonna, if the 6 inch, as my memory serves on the pond, the 6 inch is shown probably west of the pond there, are you gonna let the 6 inch take as much as it can by natural gravity before you pump into the pond? Or are you gonna pump everything to the pond? It would be no natural gravity.
I don't think the line that they're planning on putting in would do any drainage outside of serving the pond.
It would probably be above
I understand,
the drain tiles.
the sump.
Yeah.
Because you'd wanna preserve as much fall as you can.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you have any other questions?
I don't think so.
As that was being discussed, I had an idea, and maybe it's a off the wall one. Definitely not considering any other legal ramifications or anything else, but what about running a line that would go above the surface, kind of to that existing culvert that was there, and utilizing that to get across the road so we didn't have to bore through the road? Would that, and then letting it gravity drop in on the other side and running your line like an intake?
Tyler don't like that.
I don't think he likes that.
I don't,
I think
I
there's
don't,
a real problem allowing, and I'm not, but what you're essentially allowing is people to pump water on top of their ground at a culvert location as an outlet. And I think,
I don't think you wanna do that to the secondary roads.
I don't think you wanna do it either,
No,
but can you do it legally now?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I wasn't trying to recommend it, it was just an idea. If we
That
already
is
got
things
holes
you
in the
could do, you could build it, but I don't think you should or would ultimately be allowed.
I don't think so.
Just because you can do it doesn't mean that it's, no, that's,
Just to be clear, if this happened, I mean, we're going, whatever the boring costs or whatever the county will reimburse it, I mean, we would be willing to pay for that. I mean, we're not asking the district for any money, we're just asking can we drain, and if so, how much?
Ability to
Yeah.
connect.
Yeah, I understood, but that's why I understood it, you were gonna bear the cost of it.
Yes,
I agree, I'm not gonna say yes today, I guess, that's my opinion, as far as an opinion.
I would say what I said before, I think the most responsible path for us at this time would be to get more information. And I guess let the results of that drive any future decision. I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable with any sort of decision today.
And also you said basically they'd have to go back and forth between them to figure out how they're gonna, cause we're not gonna pay for it.
Correct, that'd be
So
responsibility.
you decide how far you wanna go.
Well, they could discuss, I guess, a budget or whatever between them.
Right.
I would still say our core questions that were discussed today here need to be answered, or it's not gonna get to the solution or decision that anybody would want. But,
Some of that would be internally the county's responsibility, right? If you're trying to decide what the assessment is, I mean, I say, I don't know how they come up with assessment, there has to be some kind of a calculation, might have.
I mean, we could take the same assessment you guys got, and that could be looked at comparatively with other parcels nearby and stuff, that'd be, I don't wanna speak for Tyler, but I think that'd be a pretty quick calculation.
But that's something that Tyler would need to know, so they can back figure out what percentage or what kind of flow.
It would all be part of the work that was going into
Yeah.
getting the numbers so that the trustees felt comfortable in making that decision.
if we decide to do that and hire Tyler, I know you're not gonna make a decision, but you are open to the idea that if Tyler does come, and I'm just throwing numbers out there, but he says, okay, you were given 25 acres, you would be willing to allow whatever corresponding flow, or you would be open to that idea anyway.
Well, if that's what you're assessed and that's what you have a right to, I guess, then we figure it out from there.
Keeping,
but,
you'd
yeah.
have to come up with the corresponding flow is out of the 14-foot tall or 13-foot tall.
Right,
And the pressure.
Right.
Yeah,
I
so
guess
I think
just
in
asking.
general, I think we just have to put the information in context and make a
Yeah,
decision
sure.
from there. I wouldn't say a hard, any direction right now, because without the information, it's
Yeah,
next to impossible.
understood.
But I guess I wouldn't wanna waste anybody's time if it was a hard no, so I
That's
guess
kind of what I was
that's,
getting at. Yep,
if that's
yep.
answered, that's my opinion, I'm not gonna tell Tyler to do a bunch of math if there's no point to it, but if the results come back that says you're being charged for 1 acre, I think it would be very difficult to calculate a capacity for that. If the results come back with 25 or 50 acres, that's a whole different story, but without the actual numbers, it's impossible to say, so. That's where I'd be at, but yeah, I like math, but I don't do it for the fun of wasting time, so.
So when you built the pond, you assumed it was gonna be enough to handle a year's flow?
We built for a 10-inch rain, I mean, like I say, the chance, it's 13-foot tall, but probably the most head pressure you ever get is 10, because you want about a 3-foot, you get the winds, you don't wanna take the bank out, so, we just figured that, yeah, I mean, hopefully, we had some kind of outlet, you keep it.
So
on both
basically, you're
sides.
just gonna you're gonna put, for lack of a better term, you're gonna put in a spillway at 10 feet and feed this.
Well, we just shut the pump off, if it gets too full, you shut the pump off, and you just lose acres, if it rains like it did this past year, that's all you can do, you know, to get some of that. Hopefully that doesn't happen, I mean, I think that was hopefully a, 100-year event, or at least a 50-year event that just happened.
They've been saying that, but they've been getting more frequent.
I was gonna say, I could
said
tell
they've
you,
been saying that, but they've been getting more frequent.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah.
I'm
But I
pretty
mean,
sure
that's,
I could
yeah,
find
if it
one
can't drain fast enough, like you say, you got a 4-inch or 5-inch outlet, hopefully it keeps it low enough so that you get these rains, it doesn't add any more load to the system. It just fills the pond, but if they can go slow out, you know, sort of a controlled, to help everyone.
I guess I'd probably lean towards sending it to Tyler and doing those calculations as far as getting the information so we can make an informed decision.
So if we go that route, I would recommend we acknowledge the petition and direct it to go to Bolton and Mink with the cost being paid by the landowners or by the petitioners. That'd be reasonable language?
That's how the voluntary annexations have been handled, yes.
Okay.
So, your district, I guess, but.
Yeah, I don't make any motions, do I? But yeah, I can make that motion, that's fine.
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Stecker. Okay, any further discussion from the board or from you guys as landowners? Okay,
We'll work with Tyler.
yep, sounds good. Well, all in favor of approving the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Guess we'll have further conversation down the road here.
Yep.
For your guys' peace of mind, I've got a lot of calcs run on that already, just out of my own curiosity, so. I think
Charge
it's gonna
half
be-
price.
Well, by the end of it, it may have been, it was just, you pose a water question to me and I just can't help myself. I'm like, I wonder, and so it's, anyhow,
Thank you.
thanks.
Yep, thanks guys. Okay,
Before we start, let's figure out the rest.
sure, that's fine. Yep, take a quick break.
Thanks, Doug.
That was a good idea.
Everybody take a Tyler break here for a minute.
Fine if you want, because this is all the bids.
The outlet from the pond,
So you
that
can,
can't be,
you
you've got no head pressure.
It's
just been accordion, it's fine.
The outlet of the
Yeah,
pond.
but you can never drain it either.
Yeah, you wouldn't be.
You can never pull water out of it.
Right. Right, but that,
Unless you implemented some other sort of pump system.
which one, but that wasn't their intent when they built the pond, right?
No, their drain is, I don't know what their current system or whatever is at.
And here's another thing that's causing heartburn
What?
is that there were 2 5s and 2 6s feeding that ground before. They eliminated all but, they eliminated actually all 4 of them and then ran an 8-inch out of their pond to one of their surviving 6 inches that goes into that mutual drain.
Along Second
And
Street.
so what that's just been doing is just, it's overloaded it. And
I can't think of what street.
whether that's
I would like the
happening
name of
true
it,
at
yeah.
worst
I could drive there today, but
to the level that the downstream landowners
I'd have to look.
claim or not,
I thought that was
perception's
one.
reality.
Is that legal? You know, obviously they couldn't go on the other person's property to do it, so can I, but probably it is if you don't have a pond.
The
I know
stance,
that,
the stance I take on
The
it
Larson's or Jensen's looking next to me,
is
they just
that
lost,
without
Yeah.
Yep,
and longer
accounting
than, and then,
for
my aunt will be right behind
the
them.
historical capacity
Oh, so
that
kind
you were
of like-
allowed,
Is it
the
grayish or?
pond is a change
I'm trying
in
to think,
means
so like-
and methods.
to
And
the
that
east
you
on their,
have-
on
you
that
have
Larson Street thing,
artificially
'cause I think, I don't know if
changed
their,
Which is
The-
not the natural course of water.
addresses.
Or the quantity
find
or
that.
manner that water was flowing onto your downstream neighbor.
Of course, I don't
And
know,
I,
it's hard to tell.
and I think really if you took it before a judge, anyone would just have to point and say, see that pond?
So I
That
know
pond
across the
wasn't
street
there
from them,
historically. That pond's
Little old lady,
got
she's
the
cute, her name's
mechanical
Beth
advantage.
Collins, but
Yep.
she's like
It, it can't be,
And-
Beth is also
it can't
that.
be left.
That's my
She
stumbling
what?
block.
That is also a
I was
cousin.
anticipating
she's, I
kind
related her
of
somehow,
exactly
cause
what you
she's
said
cousins
of
with
a
Frank, I
2-inch
think.
hole would fill a
Collins,
8-inch tile
And I'm related,
at
cause Connie's my mom's
normal
sister.
natural gravity, well,
Connie's your mom's sister?
by
Yeah.
that token,
She
a
was a snatcher.
6
My mom's a
could
snatcher.
probably fill
Oh.
a 16.
And then there's Linda,
if that
Marple.
whole
So,
capacity
she's
is
my
taken
aunt.
up by
Okay,
one
so,
single line, the rest of
Don
the
Esther
line that's being served
See, I
is
don't know
going to
that.
have
Which
reduced
would have been,
capacity instantly.
Right.
That's
You have to provide
my aunt.
the,
Oh, goodness.
a flow rate
Beth
that
is
that
right.
tile could take,
Yeah, she did tell me that. She was
Under
really
gravity,
sweet. She came over to, like, I'm so sorry,
assuming
it's
that
been
that
so
pond's
long.
full.
Oh, yeah.
That's,
I wanna say they're 4th, so I could be wrong.
Did they look at like the, where the old school was or the?
What would we be up to,
where
and
the
I
school
can
used
start
to be,
handing,
or the Acknowledge Church
Acknowledge
and-
engineers report DD 80 lots 10
No.
and 70.
Anyway. I'll find it.
And then if you had to do a order, then you have people arguing about whether the ordinance is in place.
It's really complicated.
alright. Here are, I think I've got, oh no, there are two, perfect. There are copies for, these are actually wet, the two that I scanned, you guys are
Okay.
actually wet signed
Okay.
signatures for
Okay.
the district
Thank
history.
you.
I would hope not, we're getting close.
Insurance.
Oh, yeah. We'll make sure it's not.
Well,
Okay, I think we got some other things to take care of later.
Yeah, right?
Been a draining morning for you, Tammy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
you're confused, I remember this one, but.
Straight south of like.
I know, and I remember
Yeah.
the 70 was the, one that wasn't included initially,
I'm
right?
confused, they all blend together.
71.
71, and it's still
71.
not?
It is now, yes.
Somebody even up there,
I know.
Yep, that's the lateral off the side of it.
you know, I've been in here, what, 3.5 years?
Yeah.
Maybe I had.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish that's all we got.
That was just fixing the previous one.
Yeah.
Alright, we're up to engineers report on DD 80, last 10 and 70.
Yes, okay, this is the formal engineers report for DD 80 laterals 10 and 70. There was an informational meeting about this a couple months back for discussions for these improvement projects, and at that time there was a petition filed for an additional lateral 71 of lateral 70. That has been included in the lateral 70 plans. The petitions for all of that are contained within the report proper. At the time of the informational meeting, there was a desire to take the report to a level that analyzed the 1/2 inch, 3/4, and 1 inch drainage coefficients for both of those systems. The report in the appendices has both the capacity analyses as well as the cost estimates for those facilities. Appendix B has the existing tile capacities, Appendix C has the opinions of probable cost. Something a little different about this report, we also included the current assessment schedules for both of those laterals as they have been broken out separately when DD 80 was reclassified here within the last 10 years. Looking at the capacities of this system again from the, as we looked at them during the informational meeting, no real surprise, these facilities are undersized compared to the modern recommendation for drainage coefficients of between the 1/2 inch for well surface drained areas all the way up to the inch for impounded areas. DD 80, so lat 10, I'll just refer to them by their lateral numbers. Lateral 10 is a bit of a unique situation in that it also serves as the outlet for the DD 24 tile system. So if we look at the second page of the lateral 10 plan set, lateral 10 is from the outlet up to essentially the crossing of the third down that crosses the road. There's a total red watershed for the whole area that lower segment serves. We've also included a watershed break that shows the effective area of the Drainage District 24 and its lateral system that extends down to the south. Currently, on the assessment schedule for Lat 10, it's only that northern portion despite serving as the outlet for that other district. Then of course, when we talk at the hearing, it would be my recommendation that the entirety of that served area is notified, and then the decision that's made regarding the size of project and those that are benefited by that project be made at the hearing. Because the size of that portion can be changed based on who is utilizing it, and there are cost estimates included in the report that reflect both having those acres with a larger size tile, as well as not including those acres and having a smaller tile that would only serve that northern portion. My recommendation then would be based on the level of support for either one of those projects. The decision for which direction to go at that time could be made. Essentially, it comes down to, does Drainage 24 want any drainage improvements associated with this project, or would they rather just be left out of it, not be assessed anything for any sort of improvement, and leave the decisions up to lateral 10 at that time? Essentially, there could be an improvement for everyone, or there could be an improvement for just those that petitioned, primarily up on the higher benefited. It was the Roth Kossuth farm and the Phyllis Johnson ground that petitioned for this improvement. So there's I see that as a plus for the area, that there's a potential for some decision making, and lateral 10 wouldn't then necessarily be cut off if, in the event that DD 24 didn't want to participate in any sort of improvement.
If they did not want to participate, what would be done to keep their outlet? Would they get the old system?
They would get the old, my recommendation would be they get the old system, and the new system be constructed on the north side at the appropriate size to serve 10 and the lateral 10 owners, and those systems be kept divided, separate, exclusive from one another. The cost estimates, there's quite a few of them just because there's the three different options, one with and without DD 24 for each of the options for lateral 10.
Page,
The, boy, should start, it's in it,
you should start numbering.
I should start numbering them, yes. It's Appendix C, Opinions of Probable Cost, just starting at the front. The first one, it's all three of the size options for lateral 10, including DD 24, and then all of them without 24, and then all of the lateral 70.
It's after this page, Tony.
I really should start numbering the bottoms though, that would. So, looking at the total project costs for the half-inch, including the DD 24, you're looking at about $1.5 million for the half-inch. This has been updated to reflect recent dual-wall black plastic bids, as there's been a pretty sharp difference between the black plastic and concrete. Essentially that 50% material cost, or well, not even just material cost, all the way up through installations. So this would be, yes, under the assumption that dual-wall black plastic was being utilized for those costs. If you were including DD 24 for the half-inch option, you're looking at an average of $614 per acre over the 2,417 acres, for the half inch. It goes to, 1.685 million for the 3/4, and 1.85 for the 1 inch. It's still a pretty good cost per acre for that many acres, of $765 per acre. If lateral 20, or if drainage district 24 is not included, the sizes for the outlets step down, but I think what you'll see is that there's actually an increase in cost per acre, because instead of 2,400 acres, we're looking at a service area of 1,330 acres. And the step down in pipe size for that shorter segment doesn't reflect a big change in the cost. Looking at 1.42 million for an estimate without drainage district 24 for the half inch, for an average cost per acre of $1,068. Then a 1.605 million for the 3/4, and 1.715 for the 1 inch. Any questions on lateral 10?
I'm sure it's gonna be a stupid question, but when you were adding those, coming up like 1.605 for the 3/4 or whatever it was, I see the 1,315 and I see the 17.5, but I don't see. So pick one, for example, I don't care which one, but exclude 24 with a 3/4 inch drainage coefficient, I see the 1,315. Well, that's not the number I heard at the same time.
So, you're probably looking at a different page, because there's costs for just construction, and then there's other ones that have non-construction costs.
Okay?
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to the every second page, there is a summary of everything.
Like here, that's got construction costs, and then there's non-construction
Okay,
costs
alright,
there, like
alright.
this page that I'm on is
Yeah,
all construction
okay,
costs.
Alright.
Sorry about that.
That's alright.
If you had numbered pages, it would
Right, yeah.
solve that problem.
Noted. So yes, there's the inclusion of acres, it can cut both ways. Including them adds a larger area that the costs and benefits would be assigned across, but it also opens up to any more objections on those potential acres.
Well, and I think to that, there's probably some context that should be added there, because even though your lower cost per acre includes DD 24 as an average, the actual benefit won't be split that way, so your lateral 10 is still going to take
They are still
the
going
hefty
to,
majority of that, even if the
Correct.
lower end is including 24.
correct, based on benefits, those at the upper end that benefit the most from the most of the facility are going to see the sharpest assessments. Essentially, the petitioners on this project, and it's been outlined to them that is
Numerous times.
right, that is the case.
Which is good, but I think like the other ones, the other landowners that'd be in DD 24 would pay relatively small, because their benefit would be relatively
It would be
small, it would only be the lower end, right?
my anticipation for the most anyone on drainage district 24 would pay relative to that cost per acre would be half of it. So you'd be at the most anyone would pay, the highest benefit anyone on DD 24 would pay, right at that junction between the two, I think would be about that.
And then the farther you get away from it,
It would drop even less than that half.
Yeah, I could see that. But even excluding DD 24, $1,200 for, well, that's on 3/4, I guess I should flip to 1 inch is under 1,300 an acre, average is still pretty
That's
good.
pretty typical of what we've been seeing. or less, when the bids come in, it's, cause these aren't the sharpest of numbers on anyone's bids either, it's still conservative within the plastic, so. So that is the lateral 10. Lateral 70, while it is more, potentially more clear cut as far as what the potential options are, based on the district shape, there is no, based on the district shape, yet still the length of its facility and the needed pipe sizes, and the relatively small acres, that being 760 benefited acres, the cost per acre for 70 is notably higher. The half-inch drainage coefficient estimated total project cost is just under 1.6 million, or an average per acre of $2,099. I certainly see more of a potential argument on the lateral 70 for the division of an upper and a lower main, particularly because of where the petitioners sit in this district. The petitioners on this sit near the downstream end, or approximately the middle point, at most, the middle point, the break, the road, the petitioners sit in there. So,
Downstream side.
you're right, all on the downstream side. As well as lateral 71 that connects, I'd say, again, at the lower third of lateral 70. So the most interest we've seen on lateral 70 is in the downstream half, and the downstream third, if you really wanted to get into it. So I see there being a lot of potential for a paring down of that potential option and not going and extending all the way up through the northern reaches.
And the landowners on the lower end of that, or on the upper end of the tile system, which would be geographically southerly, have voiced concerns on financial implications.
And doing a smaller project, not only do you have smaller project expenses, but based on where that facility ends, drives a portion of your calculated benefits, and as such, I think on a smaller project, you would see the bulk of that benefit falling on the petitioners themselves, which in my mind makes all the sense in the world. If you're petitioning for the improvements and something stops right at your door for your access, you benefit the most and have the highest potential costs.
And you get what you pay for.
Correct. Any questions on lateral 70?
Action items we need to take today.
Action items would be setting a date and time for the formal hearing. That would need to be at least 40 days from the filing of this report, with notices being sent at least 20 days prior to the date set. We're, with the 40 days, essentially 6 weeks, for a Tuesday to fall on. I know the landowners or the petitioners on this were antsy to get it in before planting, and I just don't see that being possible with the notice requirements.
If we get a blizzard April 28th.
Never know, it's happened before.
Not the last couple of years.
So I think the earliest would be May 5th. Check my math maybe, Tammy, but I think the earliest on that would be May 5th.
That's what I was
Yeah.
looking at the earliest, but might even be the week after that. But
Right, 5th or the 12th. which is,
I'd be a lot more comfortable with the end of May to get on the backside of planting than probably
Right.
what will land in the heart of it,
20
pending any nasty weather.
20.
I got no passion no longer.
What are you gonna be doing in May, Tyler?
Does that be outside of our 40?
No, we would just send
Yeah, you would
notices
just wait
later.
to send out the notices to a little bit later.
And the notices have to be sent at least 20 days, it
Yeah.
doesn't say,
I was thinking we had 40 days after this report.
like, it has to be at least 40 days, which would be the,
That's all.
the 5th or the 12th.
We could have it open-ended on the backside of the date. We could
Right.
have it in September if we wanted, but I wouldn't.
I wouldn't recommend that either.
So 6 weeks from today is like the 28th of April, right?
If you, yeah,
That's what I got,
counting,
yeah.
counting today, so then,
But that's still potentially the heart of,
yeah.
I mean, I don't wanna have a meeting that.
Right, and actually I am gone the 28th, so the 28th would, the 5th would be the first outside that window that I'd be available for.
If I was a landowner, I wouldn't wanna, or the farmer anyway, I wouldn't wanna be coming in here on the 5th of May.
I mean, all things considering, I think even aiming for the end of May, like the 26th would be still keeping the ball rolling, but hopefully would avoid serious planting conflicts. If we're not mostly done with planting by then, we've got plenty of other problems, so. I guess that's what I'd be more inclined to lean towards. Any conflicts on that for us or you, Tyler?
No conflicts for me.
I'd make a motion to set our hearing for the 26th.
That's the day after Memorial Day, I think, too.
Yep.
Yeah. At 10 a.m.
Okay, motion by Stecker to set it for 26th at 10 a.m. That's for both of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for all of it.
yeah.
Yeah, they are, while they would be, that is a worthy thing to note, while they are in the same district, they are distinct separate laterals, they would be separate projects, separate
Separate notices.
separate notices,
Do we need a
separate.
separate motion for that?
I think because it's all in one packet here, you could treat it as one, but as far as the decisions when it comes to.
We'd
the
have
actual-
separate hearings, separate notices, all that, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And
So we
earlier,
do 10, and you could do 10 and 10:05 for the other.
That's what I was getting at, okay, yep. Good question.
yeah, question for Tyler.
Yes.
When you said earlier you had a recommendation to notify the entire district of the public hearing, so are we notifying all of DD 80?
No,
Just DD 80 lots 10 and DD 80 lots 70
and DD 24.
and DD 24?
Yep.
Yes, the other district that uses 10 as its outlet.
Need a second to the motion then, for setting the date and time? Second by Haas. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
I'm sorry, I missed who seconded that, I was too busy.
Howard.
Thank you.
Yep.
And do we need to set interest rate and all that stuff now, or
No,
is
that would be, we typically do that at the time that the final plans and specs are
Yep.
set. So if there's nothing, you don't have it.
Alright, anything else for that today?
Nothing else for that.
Okay.
Do we have to accept the engineer's report or not?
Oh, technically.
Yes, motion to accept the
Oh, yeah, I guess I was,
engineer's report.
yeah, make that motion.
Motion by Stecker,
I'll second.
second by Wactor. Any discussion on the engineer report? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is accepted.
I swear I'm trying to go fast on these last few.
Okay, DD4, lats 40 and 42, need a decision to accept commissioner's report.
There is the oath of the commissioners, signed and notified. or notarized, ugh. Okay, then,
You keep it
copies
there.
for the records.
Yes.
This is the Commissioner's report for reclassification for laterals 40 and 42, the improvement projects that finished up late last year. Many of you even had the completion hearings yet in January. These are two schedules. They are intended for the payment of the assessments for these projects. The commissioners on this were myself, Jay Goshi, and Steve Stricker. The process that at the hearing we'll get much more in detailed of is the one that we've gone through many times here before. Your area, your proximity, the amount of the facility you use, what you're using the land for, and your need for drainage, your wetness, were all considered in these calculations. The schedules also have then the owner names, parcel numbers, their percent class, assessment, and ratio to total cost for the total project amounts. The total project amounts that were put on the schedules were derived from the stamped warrants that have been provided by Tammy and Tammy's office, as well as the working interest on those values through October 1st of this year, and had the engineering divided up as a ratio of project costs per facility. Actually leave, if anyone's interested, I'll leave the calculations on those warrants here with Tammy. The recommended assessment for lateral 40 was $1,410,000. That is rounded slightly to assure a slight running balance. The assessment on lateral 42 was then $230,000. Those just compared to what the project estimates were. For lateral 40, there was an estimate on that at the time of approval for the projects to move forward of $2,576,000, and on lateral 42, the estimated amounts was $575,000. So, a good project for what ended up being.
Can you read off your totals for assessments again?
Yes, for lateral 40, it was $1,410,000, and for 42, it was $230,000.
The back of the report.
Yeah, it is in the back too.
Yeah,
And there's, I'll just, for anyone that's interested in those, the amounts and the interest and how that all got split up. There will need to be a date and time set for the hearing on this report. That again will need to be, I believe, 40 days from similar to the engineer's report.
So you do the same problems again, so.
Do it the same day?
Same day.
That's the other one?
yeah, probably. Maybe do this one at 9:30.
I don't see this one being particularly contentious.
No.
It's,
9:45?
I don't know if it's gonna be, I don't know if it's gonna be that uncontentious, but
Okay.
a half hour to run through things is typically a little good, so.
Okay.
We could set that at
We got a
9:30.
plan for a Tyler break.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah.
Don't
There's
forget
too much
that.
of Tyler one time. No, I'm just giving you that time.
Oh,
Alright, so we wanna set it for the 26th at 9:30 in the morning?
9:30 and 9:35, since they'd be two separate
Yep.
lessons.
Let's do 9:30, 9:45 on May 26th.
9:30 and 9:45?
9:35.
9:30 and 9:35.
This
5
is
minutes
the
apart.
reclassification report.
That's what I thought, but I swear I heard him say
Shows
45.
I think you did too.
Okay,
Did I say 45?
I thought so.
Carter might have that. But yeah, I'll make
Remember
that.
the first time I've confused them.
Time
Their acres and then.
Oh, okay.
So, what
So, and that's a motion to accept the, commissioner report as well,
Yeah.
included in that? You're accepting the report and
Yeah.
setting the date and time?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, is there a second to,
Those are separate laterals, so it's,
Oh, these aren't copies for us?
no, that's one copy for the county here, so.
Yeah.
We'll give them to Tim again.
I'll second it, but I don't wanna disallow them to do the same thing.
okay,
You
that's
want a
fine,
copy of it
it's
yourself?
no big deal, if they're real passionate.
I will send the electronic copy of that, the active
Second that.
spreadsheet that we used to make that, so it can be vetted, to Tammy, and, you can just hold on to that. Just
Okay.
consider that your copy of that.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to set the date and time and accept the report. Any discussion on that? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
I'm sorry, Howard, did you have a question?
You said, I'm not sure there won't be that much contention, what contention can there be?
Well,
Is there any disputing the classification?
people can question or make arguments for or against. It's, in my opinion, it's the least subjective, it's the
Far
most.
be it from a layman to challenge you. I mean,
Well,
I mean that really seriously.
It's not necessarily a challenge of me, I would say it would be a challenge of the data that was used
Right.
to
The
derive
the
that.
system.
You're right, it's the system, it's the process. It's run on LiDAR, it's run on soil types, it's run on the project alignment. It's math.
Does it ever
isn't-
make mistakes?
The process, no, the only thing would be in compiling that information. But we have been in lockstep with it and checking it throughout. And there will be maps and color codeds and everything that we get into that shows how that was come up with. And the process was vetted by those two disinterested commissioners that looked at the whole process as well. So, is it infallible? No. Have we done everything we can to take that out of it? I think so.
Thanks.
We already voted on it, didn't we? Yeah, we did, okay.
Yeah.
Very good. One more thing?
One last
Okay.
thing, you say.
Then we're done.
You're right.
We're
You know,
done.
you guys say, oh.
No, we're not done. Heather says we can't quite be done, so.
Well.
Okay, discussion decision, IDAL's 10 county wetland locator project.
You guys,
Thank you.
you guys get a break from me when I leave. I'm with me all the time,
Yeah.
so that's,
My condolences.
There's that. So, I am here to update on, and this has been, some time in the making, but there's the 10 county locator project spearheaded by Clay County. This is an effort through IDALS, through the state, to locate isolated potential wetland areas up in watersheds where there is less regulations or need for mitigation. One of the big issues we run into when we're looking to do large-scale wetlands at the outlet of districts is that there's a conversion of streams into wetlands, and then there needing to be a need for mitigation of those streams because it's not seen as a one-to-one conversion. The effort of this 10 county locator project is to find areas that would have historically been wetlands or, pothole areas, prairie pothole wetlands up in watersheds that have not had streams developed to connect to them, meaning you don't have to mitigate any loss of streams. In that partnership, Kossuth County being one of the 10 counties in the 10 county locator project, once that had been approved and since it has been going, Clay County has had the process run and had letters sent out for potential interest from landowners, as has Palo Alto. There has been, I wanna say, between 40 and 60 wetlands located and letters sent per county as part of this project. Next in line, the hope was for Kossuth to have the wetlands located as part of the agreement that, again, the county is already a part of. There's no financial obligations by the county, and all of the funds for the project run through the state to Clay County and then reimbursed to Kossuth County. So it's an inter-county relationship there. Today, I'm just bringing and updating and providing the next step of that 28E agreement. The hope would be that next week it could be on for what the Kossuth County's portion of it would be appointing of an engineer or an engineering firm to do the locating process and see that through the landowner hearings. So taking that all the way through and describing what the process is and vetting the interest level from the landowners at that hearing. At that hearing, there's not any obligation from the board to be there, only just from an interest level or to stay informed. So that's that as far as bringing it back to everyone's attention, letting everyone know the next steps in the process, and bringing this for review and hopefully action next week. So, any questions on that? The process of utilizing the potholes is diversion of tile lines and daylighting them into those areas, and then bringing the denitrified water back into a drop structure and back into the systems that it was taken from, but never anything that would impact or impede flows in those systems, whether they're districts or otherwise. So, very similar to a lot of other water quality efforts, and the larger wetlands that are often created at the outlets of districts, just implementing them up in the watersheds. So that's what I've got on that.
Okay. Thank you.
State thrust here, is that the deal?
It's all state funded. It was a way, this project was a way of
So when I
bundling.
yeah, so when I think what you just said, and when you're going on Highway 18 and you're just west of Ruthven, there's a marsh down there, and there's tile that drain into that. I've got a pretty narrow focus probably, but is there many of those type of areas in Kossuth County?
More and more all the time. I wouldn't say any, as far as I know, that are on major thoroughfares like that, major roads that are that visible. But there are a handful, and actually a couple right now, that are being constructed just kind of on the outskirts of town. And I could point you in a direction of a number of those. The big push is that while there are some and more getting built all the time, it's nowhere near what the state was hoping or is aiming for in its water quality initiative of getting these on the ground. We're seeing quite a bit of interest from landowners, especially in these types of applications, because it primarily picks the most difficult ground to farm. It's areas that have been wet, that are notoriously wet, and it takes a particularly dry year to get a crop off of it. And when people see that the state's willing to pay fair market value for something that isn't yielding that, that drives interest. So,
And I think it's had a lot more success being more one-on-one conversations, small group type discussions.
yes, and that's what a lot of this now is aimed at doing. So that you're getting a bit more on an intimate level with people, and you're not just blasting a generic, this would be good for the state message, and instead you're actually talking about specific areas.
Right.
So, yeah, ultimately it is a state program, but something that counties have come together to bundle and try to kind of, get the most out of those efforts, so. Okay, well, it's
Thanks,
12:10, so I'm gonna get out of here, thanks for everyone's time
Yep.
today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, we've got a repair request, or two repair requests.
They're both in the packet.
Yep.
Are there any questions?
That's on. Okay,
Do you want me to read
oh,
them?
you're not, oh,
I can, but.
you can read them quick.
Number 5 is grant section 17, couple blowouts, got some maps attached. Number 6 is, in EK2, and that's SWAYA section 27 for broken culverts sent off in the bank.
Okay, need a motion for supervisor to handle the request? Motion by Haas. Second by Wactor, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, and we're going, then we've got auditor and board discussion and health insurance, so.
Can we come back?
Can we come back after lunch, or? Okay. Howard, you got something at 2?
I'd like to, yeah,
Yeah,
I don't have to, but I'd like to.
well, what time do you wanna come back? It's 12,
1
almost 12:15.
at the latest,
Come back at 1,
make it quick.
quick lunch, okay?
Can we do 1:15?
1:15, okay?
Yeah, I mean,
That's fine, yeah.